Okay, so very sincere and appreciative welcome for everyone here making the choice to show up and be here at this moment to practice meditation, to learn about Zen teachings. Disa arriving just on time, Natty Bird's here, a lot of different people from different places around the world. So it's a lot to be appreciative of. And it's a lot to be inspired by that so many people can kind of come together right now with a simple and sincere intention to practice and deepen their understanding not of someone or something or some story, how they're going to get what they want out of life, but to really know about the truth. And so it's easy to be inspired by that. So Uh, before we get into our reading today, continued reading of the teachings of Zen Master Lin-Chi that we've been going through the past few days, we're going to start with a few moments of meditation. Okay, a few moments of settling in and getting comfortable, finding our breath, finding our body, finding this present moment. Okay, so we can all go ahead and find a comfortable, stable position for our body. And we have Nikki and Mindy and Pecha and Howard and Jeeb and David and Alaya over on YouTube. That's wonderful. So all of us, we can start just to really find our meditation position. Comfortable, stable place to put the body down, to put the body to be still. Begin to take as your primary activity, your main job, just breathing, following the breath as it flows in deeply to your body, starting from the nostrils, flowing down the throat into the lungs. You can feel the breath all the way down in the belly. And right now, all we need to do is breathe, breathe as deeply as we need to. Breathe and be aware of the body. Be aware of our hearing, our seeing, the feelings in the body. Bringing the mind, thinking mind, going out mind, looking around mind, bringing the mind home to the body through our sincere breathing. right now at this moment as if it were a unbelievably high-paying job. The only thing we need to do is just sit here, breathing and being aware. Are you truly willing to be aware without getting stuck, without getting attached? Are you truly willing to be involved in letting go of what you become aware of? That is to just sit here, just breathe, just be aware. And when those ideas or feelings in the body come up, whatever they are, an itch, pleasant, unpleasant, just noticing and coming back to just sitting here, breathing and being aware. If you want to know about the truth, if you want to take care of these sufferings and go deeper, to live a more meaningful life, it's not about getting something. It's not about what we get. It's about what we are willing to let go of. So if you aren't willing to let go of even an itch, if you aren't willing to let go of a thought, a feeling in the body, then you're not going to get any wisdom. You're not going to get anything. You're just going to be running around in reactivity, chasing what you like and trying to avoid what you don't like. And this is to live like an animal. So how do we resolve that? How do we go beyond that? Just sitting here at this moment, breathing and being aware. And when the mind gets caught in judgment, in a story, in sleepiness and tension, coming back to just breathing and being aware. Coming back to just breathing. There's so much going on, can be, in the mind, in the body, in our lives, in the world. The meditation is not to change that. It's not to control that or fix that. The meditation, the practice at this present moment is to just breathe and be aware without being tricked, stuck, trapped by anything, everything. Just breathing and being aware. Okay, everyone. So at this time, we can open our eyes if we like. We can massage our face if we need to, or move around a little bit if you need to. But you're also invited to stay in your meditation way. Um, as we go into these Zen teachings, you are really invited to listen as a meditation. Listen from your heart, your beating, bloody heart. Listen from your breath, your lungs. Listen from your body. Just open up to these teachings and this experience without relying much on conceptual mind or thinking mind. And as we go through these teachings, then we will have certain periods to break and ask questions and share. Okay? And if there's some of these things that you don't understand, don't be completely discouraged. Maybe in just a moment you will understand. So try to listen deeply. And this is a readings from the Zen teachings of Master Lin-Chi, very famous Zen master in ancient China. And these are texts that are translated from traditional Chinese to modern English that we can understand. Is that clear for anyone? Does anyone have a question about what we're doing? Okay, good. So, followers of the way. That would be you all, us. Followers of the way. If you want to get the kind of understanding that accords with the truth, the Dharma. So if you want to get this kind of understanding that is in line, that is going along with the truth, the truth of truths, then never be misled by others. Whether you are facing inward or facing outward, whatever you meet up with, just kill it. Okay, many people think Buddhists are supposed to be nonviolent, but maybe there's something else going on here. Let's keep reading. Okay, followers of the way. If you want to get to the kind of understanding that accords with the Dharma, the real truth, never be misled by others. Whether you are facing inward, so in our meditation we turn the mind around, we turn we face inward, or outward, or facing outward, whatever you meet up with, just kill it. Does anybody have an idea about this or a question about this kind of concept? Whatever you meet up with, just kill it. What's that about? So,
Hi, it's
yeah.
oh, oh sorry, it's Amanda speaking. So I'm thinking in the sense of like don't give it any energy, don't give it any power, like just like let it kind of die like a plant without sun. Like that kind of um instead of actually killing it in the sense of like pulling out a dagger and killing it, it's more in the sense of like kill it energetically, like don't give it any attention.
Okay, that's one way to interpret it, to look at it, but maybe missing out a little bit on this kind of a warrior, this kind of warrior spirit in some ways, this spiritual warrior, this real practitioner that you are cutting through, slicing. You're not just kind of not giving it your attention, but some degree you're slicing through it. You're actively practicing detachment. You're not confused by it. You're not stuck on it. Okay, you're cutting through it. And like you said, you're not giving it life. You're not fueling it. You're slicing through this person, this place, this idea, this separation. That means to detach from any attachment, to see through any solidity that might appear to be there. Okay, we imagine there's some kind of solidity there. It's not about hurting anyone. It's not about harming anyone, but it's about seeing through. So this kind of killing is seeing through. And fundamentally, primarily, it's seeing through your own attachments, your own neuroses. Okay? And we're going to keep reading through this, all right? A lot of the times we get stuck on something, we believe in something because something appears to us. Maybe you see me, I'm a monk, so okay, you listen to whatever I say, you do whatever I say, I must know what I'm talking about. No, no, don't do it like that, please. You get me into a lot of trouble, you do that. Okay, I don't want that. You you cut through. What's you you see through the robe. Okay, so you see through the skin, you see through the bones, you see through the appearance. And this is what it means by killing, to see through. It's not a kind of violence. It's not a kind of harming. So, followers of the way, if you want to get the kind of understanding that accords with the truth, if you want to get the kind of understanding that is in line with the truth, never be misled by others. Never be tricked by others. Never be led around by the nose. Never be led around by the senses, by appearances. Whether you are facing inward or facing outward, whatever you meet up with, whatever you encounter, just kill it. Just see through it. If you meet a Buddha, kill the Buddha. Huh? If you meet a master of the mind, kill a master of the mind. If you meet an enlightened being, kill the enlightened being. If you meet your parents, kill your parents. If you meet your family, kill your family. Then, for the first time, you will gain emancipation. You will gain freedom. Will not be entangled with things. Will pass freely anywhere you wish to go. Now, this word "kill" here is used, I will say, for a particular reason, because there's a real trap, and a real suffering that we get ourselves in by being misled, by getting stuck on appearances. And it's not a matter of just not giving energy to something, not just feeding something, but it's to see through it now. Okay, to see into the truth, to see into reality now. So this killing is to see through, and it's said strongly because when we get entangled, when we get attached, when we get stuck on appearances, we're lost, we're confused, we're walking in the dark, and we're going to cause all kinds of problems for ourselves and for others. We're trapped by appearances. We're trapped by conditions. Okay? We're trapped by our reactivity, believing in a story, following along with this story, this identity, this image, rather than seeing through. Kill everything you come across. See through everything you come across. It's not to fight, it's to see through. It's to shine the light. It's not to run around in the dark trying to cut things or destroy things. It's to see through. It's to bring the light of our present moment non-discriminatory mind, our present moment awareness to this experience. And so that awareness itself, that mind itself, that light itself is not defined by any characteristics. Even though it can perceive characteristics, it can perceive conditions, the light itself is not conditional. Okay? So see through whatever you come across. Then, for the first time, you will gain emancipation. You will gain freedom of your mind, of your life. Go ahead. Well, Steve says something here. Kill may mean to put an end to it, according to the Oxford Dictionary. So it's not necessarily a matter of violence, but putting an end to it, putting an end to this image, this idea of your parent, a master of mind, a Buddha, a monk. You put an end to that attachment, to that appearance. Go ahead, Kit.
I was just gonna say, my favorite thing about sitting next to moving water, especially when the water starts to become still, is that you can see reflections that cast off of the surface of the water. You know, lights reflecting the trees and the movement of the wind causing the ripples on the water. But if you get distracted just looking at the reflection of the water, you're missing out on something else. Is one way that I might interpret what you're talking about. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kit. All right, let's continue. So don't get stuck on any appearance. Put an end to all stuck on appearances, and you will gain freedom. You will pass freely wherever you are. Okay? These students of the way who come from all over, There has never been one of them who didn't appear before me depending on something. So this is Lin-Chi, the Zen master, talking about all of the monks, the students who come to him. These students of the way, who come from all over, there has never been one of them who didn't appear before me depending on something. So I start right out by hitting them there. If they come with a raised hand, I hit the raised hand. If they come mouthing something, I hit them in the mouth. If they come making motions with their eyes, I hit them in the eye. I have yet to find one who comes alone and free. They are all caught up in the idle devices of the men of old. So, caught up in these old sayings, these old ideas, these old ways of approaching, and I wouldn't be brave enough to call these teachings from Master Lin-Chi devices of old, these old men of old, but that's what he's referring to, devices of old, these sayings, these ways of understanding. So all of these people who have come to Master Lin-Chi, all of these students, have appeared depending on something, holding on to something. That he has yet to find one who comes alone and free, and whatever they are depending on, he hits them there. Okay, and it can be exactly as it's expressed. If they're making weird motions with their eyes, or they come making motions with their eyes, maybe he hits them there. Look, you're going to get hit. You better hope it's from a Zen master. You better hope it's from someone who's devoted their life to knowing about the truth and compassion and wisdom. You're going to get hit. Okay, that's it. That's the truth. That's what we're all going to deal with. So you better hope it's from a loving, kind, compassionate Zen master who's doing that. So why does he hit? It's to shake it up. It's to draw attention, I would say, to draw attention to what you're holding on to and to get rid of that. Let go of that. See through that. Okay? Master Lin-Chi continues. I don't have a particle of Dharma to give to anyone. Okay, so Dharma, Buddhist teachings, or truth. Buddhist teachings, Buddhist truths. The Buddhist teachings are all ways of waking up, ways of seeing the truth. So Dharma here, truth. I don't have a particle of Dharma to give to anyone. All I have is cure for sickness, freedom from bondage. You followers of the way from here and there, try coming to me without depending on anything. I would like to do some testing with you. But for 10 years, for 5 seasons, there has never been one such person. All I get are things stuck to stems, clinging to leaves, wraiths that inhabit bamboos or trees, wraiths like a kind of ghost, wild fox spirits. They chew away frantically at every lump of shit they happen on. Blind fools, shamelessly accepting alms from all the 10 directions, they declare, I am the one who has left household life. Yet their understanding is like this. So there's a lot to unpack here. One to point out to is this sharpness, this pointing, like this is the matter of life and death. This is the matter of your entire being. So you don't take it lightly. You know, Zen masters would shout, they would point, they'll push you to understand, they'll push you off the cliff of your attachment, and falling is going to be difficult. So Master Lin-Chi says here, I don't have a particle of Dharma to give to anyone. I don't have a particle of Buddhist teachings to give to anyone. I don't have a particle, minuscule amount of truth to give to anyone. All I have is cure for sickness, freedom from bondage. Okay, try coming to me. Master Lin-Chi says, try to approach me, try to approach maybe learning and understanding without depending on anything. Try to approach this moment without depending on anything. Try to be here in this moment without depending on anything. What's that like? We can maybe imagine, consider. But Lin-Chi says for 10 years, at his monastery, in this Buddhist society, for 10 years, for 5 seasons, there's never been one such person to approach me like this. All I get are things stuck to stems. So like, we branch out from our attachments, or we show up somewhere, but we're depending on something else. All I get are ghosts inhabiting bamboos or trees, stuck on this, stuck on that. Wild fox spirits. So these we're wild, we're out of control, we're like a spirit, we're like a ghost, attached to this, to that. Okay? These people, these practitioners who approach me, and we can say who approach the path, they chew away frantically at every lump of crap they happen upon. Every little thing that comes up, we grab onto, we chew on it, we get involved with it, we get stuck on it. Every little thing, constantly, stuck. Constantly. Whether it's good or bad, it's all crap. It's all garbage. It's all temporary. It's all waste. In the degree that we attach to it, that we get stuck on it. Okay? Blind fools. Okay, and so now Lin-Chi especially, Master Lin-Chi especially is pointing to monastics, okay, certain monks. Because in Buddhism and in a Buddhist society, these monks are being supported by the lay people. Okay, what we eat, the clothes that we wear, it's all from the generosity of the Buddhist people. And so going back to the time of the Buddha, why did people support the Buddha? Because he was awake, because they were enlightened. They had the brightest quality of mind. They had the brightest quality of wisdom, the brightest quality of compassion. That's why this monk, the Buddha, was supported. Okay, this is why monks should be supported now. If we don't have anything to offer, then we're just robbers, fools, blind fools. Taking food from people, taking support from people. So you have to have some wisdom. So Master Lin-Chi pointing to this. Blind fools, shamelessly accepting alms from all the 10 directions. Okay, so shamelessly, so Master Lin-Chi will especially be picking up this degree of harshness in some way because he's surrounded by monks and he's surrounded by people who are very fully on the path. And so there's a sharpness that you will speak to them. If you want to be a monk, okay, you're here. I'm going to speak to you in that way. If you really want to know about the truth, I'm going to express it to you in the strongest way that I can. But it also applies to all of us. So blind fools, shamelessly accepting, so chewing away frantically at every lump of shit they happen on, getting attached to everything that we come across, like blind fools. Shamelessly accepting alms from all the 10 directions. So shamelessly, without wisdom, without consideration, without deepening practice, right? We accept all that the world has to offer us. All of these good conditions, all of these resources, all of the support from all of the people around us that have allowed us to live up to this point and bring us to this point now where we are alive, right? Shamelessly accepting all that. They declare, and now specifically to the monks, they declare, I'm one who has left household life. So I declare, I'm a monk, I'm a renunciate, I'm someone who has left this life of material attachment, but actually just like a blind fool, attaching to this and that and eating everything we find, getting stuck on everything we find. Yet their understanding is like this. So this isn't someone who's really left the household life. I tell you, there is no Buddha, no Dharma, no practice, no enlightenment, Yet you go off like this on side roads, trying to find something. Blind fools. Will you put another head on top of the one you have? What is it you lack? Will you put another head on top of the one you have? Why don't you see with your own eyes? Why do you need to put another one on top? Why don't you taste with your own tongue? Why don't you hear with your own ears? Why do you need to put another one on top? What is it you lack? What is it you are lacking right now? Followers of the way, you who are carrying out your activities before my eyes are no different from the Buddha and the patriarchs, the masters of mind. But you don't believe that and go searching for something outside. Make no mistake, there is no Dharma outside, and even what is on the inside cannot be grasped. You get taken up with the words from my mouth, but it would be better if you stopped all that and did nothing. Things already underway, don't go on with them. Things already underway, don't go on with them. Stop it. Things not yet underway, don't let them get underway. That is better for you than 10 years traveling around on pilgrimages. Something for me that this really sparks and this really brings up is that there's not something that we're going to do to become happy. And there's nothing to stop us from stopping what's already going on. We don't have to go on with our entire lives up to this point. Enough. You don't need to go on with that. Whatever it is, you don't need to go on with that which is underway. Your job application, your whatever it is, whatever you think you're involved with, whatever you think that you're kind of stuck on, what have you, you don't need to go on with that. Don't go, Master Lin-Chi says, don't go on with those things. And things not yet underway, don't let them get underway. So it's not that you need to do something to get your happiness. Oh, I got to wake up, I've got to do this and I've got to do that so that I can. No, don't let those things get underway. Don't let those things trap you or get involved with you. Continuing. The way I see it, there is no call for anything special. Just act ordinary. Put on your clothes, eat your rice, pass the time doing nothing. You who come from here and there, you all have a mind to do something. You search for Buddha, search for the Dharma, search for emancipation, search for freedom from, your suffering, what you're lost in. Search for a way to get out of the threefold world, this world of desire, this world of form, and the world of the formless, that which doesn't have form. Idiots. Trying to get out of the threefold world. Where will you go? Okay, if you get out of this world of desire, if you get away from this world of form, a body, a mind, a form, this form, that form, or the formless, okay? Maybe awareness itself or different states of formless experience, whatever it might be. Where will you go? Buddha, masters of mind. These are just laudatory words. expressing praise and commendation. Okay? Buddhas, masters of mind, monks, spiritual teachers. These are just laudatory words and phrases. Do you want to know what the threefold world is? So do you want to know what the world of desire, the world of form, the world of formless? It is nothing other than the mind ground that you who are now listening to the Dharma are standing on. When you have a moment of greed in your mind, that is the world of desire. When you have a moment of anger in your mind, that is the world of form. When you have a moment of ignorance in your mind, that is the world of formlessness. These are the pieces of furniture in your house. Okay, so I want to look at a few of these topics and we can see if we have any discussion points about them. The way I see it, there is no call for anything special. Just act ordinary, put on your clothes, eat your rice, pass the time doing nothing. You who come from here and there, you all have a mind to do something. You search for Buddha, search for enlightenment, search for the Dharma, search for emancipation, search for a way to get out of the threefold world. Idiots, trying to get out of the threefold world. Where will you go? Anyone have an idea about this or a sharing about this? Okay, I see something Steve typed.
I
Yeah, Disa, go ahead.
so it wasn't a particular thought, but I thought it was really relieving to hear all of these statements because it followed my mind pretty perfectly, and I really enjoyed it. I just want to say thank you.
So, Mantis shared something. Mantis, you want to read what you shared that we didn't look at? Okay. Yeah,
Oh, sure.
go ahead,
Sure,
read
I
that.
can do
Yeah,
it.
read that.
Let me just get back to the comments. So I wrote, kill the Buddha is something that I've heard. It's a reminder to keep a curious, questioning mind. When you think you've reached the answer, kill the answer and return to the curious mind in order to continue on the path. Those that assume a sense of mastery stop learning. And then this is kind of in reference to something that I not read but listened to. It's a book called The Beginner's Mind, and it's always just making reference to maintain a beginner's mind in order to always be curious. And the beginner's mind is usually open and pliable, whereas like if you assume mastery of something, sometimes it becomes more inaccessible. The truth actually becomes more inaccessible in that sense.
That's lovely. Thank you.
And just to add that, I think of it as, you know, how they say you need to unlearn everything you've learned before in order to discover the truth, something along those lines.
So that was you need to live. What was it? Can you say that again?
You need to unlearn everything that you've been taught before. Because from birth, we've been handed down different teachings and, values and concepts about life. So as you grow into your own person, you need to unlearn everything in order to discover your own truth.
Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia.
I have a question. Um, when you were talking about how you don't need to do all these things to be happy, to achieve happiness and peace. I guess what I'm stuck on is, how can you tell when you're doing nothing comes from a right place, so to speak, as opposed to aversion? Because sometimes you will do nothing out of aversion. And even if you're still, perhaps it is still aversion and you just don't know. Is there a way to tell for sure?
Bree, you have any idea about this?
No, I don't know for sure, but I suppose I would just go with non-discernment. I'd love to hear what you have to say, Bonzi.
Yeah, something came to mind in that you're doing something in to reject. You're kind of putting yourself in a trap to begin with. So you're not actually doing nothing. You're rejecting. That's what you're doing. You're trying to avoid. That's what you're doing. This doing nothing is a freedom. It's an openness. It's like going for refuge. It's like drinking water. It's like reaching out for help. And to the degree that you're sincere to give up and to let go, then you can practice it. But if you're involved in not letting go, if you're not willing to let go, then you can't really do nothing. You can only fight against what you're doing. Maybe someone else also has some idea about this. It was, maybe you want to rephrase again the problem. The
Ultimately, it comes down to how can you tell that your inaction comes from a place of peace or a place of aversion?
It doesn't come from either of those places. That's why it's non-action, the action of non-action. So it doesn't come from either of those places. It is beyond all of those places, and it is inclusive of all of those places. It accepts that and not doing that, doing it the right way, doing it the Aki way, or not doing it the right way, doing it the unskillful way. It accepts all of that. That's what makes it that.
Yeah, I see. That struck a chord. Thank you.
Okay.
I have another question, if it's okay.
I think it'll be all right.
Okay. So I'm a really curious person by nature, and I agree with the statements you said about we have to unlearn things to be able to process new ideas, so we aren't just stuck on a fixed idea. And by nature, I find myself always questioning stuff and sometimes thinking a bit too much before I act. How do you, because sometimes it feels like I'm searching and I'm searching and I'm searching to find things, and I really like the process, but how can you be confident and self-assured in your actions and still stay as curious and open-minded?
I don't understand.
So I really like searching for answers, and I question nearly everything, but sometimes it's hard to not question things and sometimes simplify things in order to say practical, etc. How can you be satisfied sometimes and a bit more patient with not having all the answers you're looking for, example?
Well, firstly, you should understand that the function of questioning is not stuck in words or phrases or thoughts or beliefs or logic. Questioning is like the capacity to look into, to investigate. The more deeply, the more closely we can look into something, the more we can see through it. So the questioning and wanting to know about things, that's just one expression of questioning, that questioning faculty, that looking faculty. But the questioning itself, that ability to inquire into, to look into, is not conceptual in nature. But we use a certain framing to support that investigation, and sometimes we're inspired by certain framing to investigate, to question, to look into. So first, keep that in mind. And what's the question again? Keeping that in mind.
Yes, so how can you be satisfied and not always chase for these questions? And maybe, for example, I have a person that hurt me really bad, and I have a lot of questions why it happened, etc. But I know I can't get all of those answers, besides knowing that that person wasn't feeling well for some reason. And sometimes I know I have to let go the thoughts in my head in order to live my own life, to get new experiences, to be able to ask new questions. Um, and sometimes it just, I guess, it feels, because you were talking about killing the Buddha and letting go of a fixed truth. Uh, and I just wondered, how can you feel calm, comfortable, that it's okay to not have like a fixed foundation? I guess the fixed foundation in a way is the meditation, and to just sit in peace and quiet and understand that you don't have to chase anything. Would you call that the safe space to go back into when you feel unsure about certain processes and questions? If that makes sense.
Hey, Disa, we used to talk quite a bit, and I know a lot about what you've gone through, because we talked about it, and I've been through that stuff too, and it's not about trying to find the perfect answer or even sometimes immediately move on. Sometimes it's just
Kit,
about
you've got to turn your camera off so we can hear your voice. Not enough bandwidth, so you have to turn your canva.
oh no,
Yeah.
is
Now
this
try.
better?
Oh, it's much better.
Okay.
Sorry, Kit. It's worse. It's
Understanding your
somehow worse.
situation.
Could you perhaps type it out
Worse?
in the chat?
Maybe you
I
need to
would really
type
love to
it.
hear your answer.
Yeah, you need to type it, Kit. because your connection's discombobulated for some reason.
How about now?
Better.
Okay. I had to run over down to the river next to where I wasn't standing at the very back of it, huh? And what I said was going from my direct experience and having a personal talk with you. Sometimes it's not about having to move on with the issues that we had in our life and how we started our life. Sometimes it's just about building a new foundation, you know? If you came from a house that burned down to the ground, you don't need to take all your time trying to put all the ashes back together. Sometimes you just need to start new. Start today. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kit. I really like that answer. I think I know what you mean. Thank you.
Yeah, I consider that we can keep with us this idea. I like to keep this with me that sometimes in being a monk, people will say to me like, "Well, you can't run away from your problems. You can't leave your life in America behind and go and become a monk." Well, yes, you can, but the real truth is, wherever you go, that's where you are. Period. That's where the buck stops. Wherever you go, that's where you are. You don't need to um, go and find the ashes of a burned down house, like Kit said, and try and put them back together. That's not gonna work. Okay, wherever you go, that's where you are, and certainly you'll carry some of the effects from your past experiences with you, but you build a new foundation here. With in a new home, with a new community, with a spiritual family, right? Someone said recently about finding out that you don't just have a family that you're born with, but there's a spiritual family. Okay, there's a family of a sangha, well-minded practitioners, and you can, my family supports me in everything, and I do have family from my past, from my mother and father. I'm very grateful, and some, I have a nephew, for example, I'm very close to and very invested in. But my spiritual family takes care of everything for me, and that's something that we all have access to, um, and we should rely on that rather than well, I really came from this experience, I really went through this, I really need to figure this out. No, you don't. Throw it down a hole and show up. you know throw it down a hole and show up, and that's much better. It's fine to do that. Maybe you'll find that crawls out, some kind of spider crawls out of that hole and gets a hold of you. Well, you'll deal with that when that happens, but in the meantime, um, let's be in this moment, and let's cultivate joy, let's cultivate peace, let's go for a walk, let's appreciate the family the family of our environment, our Mother Earth. Appreciate that, go into that, lean into that. You're looking for relationship, go and find it. Um, with the tree, with the water, with the sky, with this breath, with this present moment. And spiders are also okay. That's also our family. It's just our way of how we react to them, how we take care of them. The biggest, baddest spider doesn't want to hurt you. Okay? It's just a spider. It's just its nature to be scary, to be unpleasant or friction, right? But that's it. It doesn't want to hurt you. It doesn't know about you. It just wants to be released and peaceful and free, just like all of us do.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. That was really renewing and really warm to hear. I really liked it.
How about Kat? Do you have anything to share? I don't know if you showed up, if you were following along with the reading, but do you have anything to share or ask a question about?
I guess I would just say to Alice, um, if you want to know if it's coming from a place of peace, or I don't know what the other thing you said was, peace or
Aversion.
aversion, check
Yeah.
in check in with yourself, because I think you'll know if you really learn how to check in with yourself and understand what you're feeling. And I think that takes a lot of practice, but I've learned that, you know yourself best. That's all I have.
Great. Yeah. Check in, take a look, see what's going on. We always have that opportunity to take a step back and see, what's where am I at in my body? How does my body feel? How does my heart feel? What's my intention here? What's kind of going on? Take a step back and take a look, see what's going on. So, the way I see it, we'll reread again what we've, those last few verses, and then we'll take a few minutes to meditate together and put it into practice. The way I see it, there is no call for anything special. Oh. Things already underway, don't go on with them. Things not yet underway, don't let them get underway. That's better for you than 10 years traveling around on pilgrimages, traveling in the spiritual path. The way I see it, there is no call for anything special. Just act ordinary. Put on your clothes. Eat your rice. Pass the time doing nothing. You who come from here and there, you all have a mind to do something. You search for Buddha, search for the Dharma, search for freedom from your suffering, search for peace, search for a way to get out of the threefold world. Idiots, trying to get out of the threefold world, where will you go? Buddha, masters of mind, those who have attained peace, these are just praising words and phrases. Do you want to know what the threefold world really is? It is nothing other than the mind ground that you who are now listening to the Dharma are standing on. That is this threefold world, all of our experience, these realms of desire and aversion and story and past and future, physical experiences, mental experiences, this whole world, multifaceted world, reality that we live in, that we, you're stuck, you believe in it, you really do. I'm really this person, right? Do you want to know what the threefold world is? It is nothing other than the mind ground that you who are now listening to the Dharma are standing on. When you have a moment of greed in your mind, that is the world of desire. When you have a moment of anger in your mind, that is the world of form. When you have a moment of ignorance in your mind, that is the world of formlessness. These are the pieces of furniture in your house. The threefold world does not announce, I am the threefold world. Rather, it's you, followers of the way, who do so. This person right here in front of my eyes, who in marvelous fashion shines their torch on the 10,000 things and sizes up the world. It is she who assigns names to the threefold world. Fellow believers, This body, made up of the four major elements, has no permanence. Things like spleen and stomach, liver and gall, hair, nails, teeth, are simply evidence that all phenomenal things are empty of fixed characteristics. When your mind has learned to cease, to stop its momentary seeking, this is dubbed the state of the Bodhi tree. But while your mind is incapable of ceasing, this is dubbed the tree of ignorance. Ignorance has no fixed abode. Ignorance has no beginning or end. As long as your mind is unable to cease, to gentle, to stop its moment by moment activity, then you are up in the tree of ignorance. You enter among the 6 realms of existence and the creatures of 4 types of birth, clothed in fur and with horns on your head. But if you can learn to cease, then you'll be in the world of the clean, pure body. There is nothing that will not support you. If not one thought arises, you will be up in the Bodhi tree. Through your transcendental powers, taking different forms in the threefold world, assuming any bodily shape you please, feasting on Dharma joy and meditation delight, illuminating things for yourself with the light from your own body. Think of clothes and you will be swathed, covered, held in 1,000 layers of fine silk. Think of food and you will be provided with 100 delicacies, and you will suffer no sudden illnesses. Bodhi, awakening, to be awake, to wake up, has no fixed abode. That is why there is nothing to take hold of. Followers of the way, the really first-rate practitioner, fellow, what doubts does she have? Carrying out activities before my eyes, who is she anyway? Get hold of this thing and use it, but don't fix a label to it. This I call the dark meaning. When you can see it this way, you won't be averse to anything. A woman of old said, "The mind changes, following along with 10,000 environments. The way it changes is truly most mysterious. If you follow its flow and perceive its nature, you will have neither joy nor sorrow." Okay, let's find our meditation position. Make sure that you're comfy. So we'll have a prompt for our meditation. Finding our body here, finding our breath, our heart, comfortable, stable, simple. The mind changes, following along with 10,000 environments. The way it changes is truly most mysterious. If you follow its flow and can perceive its nature, you will have neither joy nor sorrow. At this moment together, just sitting, just breathing, just opening our heart to this mysterious flow and perceiving our nature of just sitting, just breathing and being aware. Okay, we can all bring our hands together and we can make an affirmation or an expression of our sincerity to share and offer the benefits and the peace and the wisdom from this practice outward to all beings. And we can express that and share this wisdom mind and this wisdom heart, this intentionality to deepen and to show up out through chanting together this word sadhu 3 times. So I invite everyone to chant along with me. It's just the sound is sadhu, and I'll chant it, and you can chant along with me. And as we do that, we share out, offer out this wisdom, this experience, whatever we got from it. We don't keep it, we share it out, give it up, offer out. Okay? So try to chant along with me. Sadhu. 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 And we can make a deep bow. Okay, so thank you all for being here and thank you for your practice. Our next group meditation will be this evening at 8 p.m. New York City time. So you're certainly invited to join for that. I'll also be answering some questions for some people on Reddit in about 10 or 15 minutes. So if you want to spend some time following me, then you can listen to that. I'll post a link, but it won't be here in Discord. You'll just be able to follow along. You can watch on YouTube or listen on Reddit, but won't be here on Discord. So keep up with your practice, and let's all wake up together, all right? Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Matthew.
Okay, so you heard it. Everyone on YouTube, I will be answering some questions for people on Reddit. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, 10-minute mindfulness break, and then I'll come back and some people will be asking questions and I'll be answering them. So if you like to follow along for that and keep looking at me, you can stay on the YouTube channel if you're interested. Yeah, so in about 10 minutes from now, I'll come back and we'll start to answer some questions and have a Q&A. So you're welcome to join and listen to that. Okay. Take care. And fair warning during during, during this mindfulness break, I'm going to be playing some wake up songs, some lovely loving kindness music.
Healing happens all around. Breathe and smile. Be still and know. Healing happens all around and deep inside. Nothing to do. When we entrust to Mother Earth and let go, healing takes place. When we relax on what we are and surrender ourselves, nothing else to do. Be aware of your fear, just breathe with it. Your presence is enough. Invite your love to be there with you. Let yourself be embraced. Healing happens all around. Breathe and smile. Be still and know. Healing happens all around and deep inside. Nothing to do. When we entrust to Mother Earth and let go, healing takes place. When we relax on what we are and surrender ourselves, love to be there with you. Let yourself be embraced. Healing happens all around. Breathe and smile. Be still and know. Healing happens all around and deep inside. Nothing to do. When we entrust to Mother Earth and let go, healing takes place. When we relax on what we are and surrender ourselves, nothing else to do. Be aware of your pain, just breathe with it. Your presence is enough. Invite your love to be there with you. Let yourself be embraced. Healing happens all around. Breathe and smile. Be still and know. Healing happens all around and deep inside. Nothing to do. Be still and heal.
My joy's like spring so warm. It makes flowers bloom all over the earth. My pain's like a river of tears, so vast it fills the four oceans. Please call me by my true names so I can hear all my cries and laughter at once, so I can hear that my joy and pain are one. Please call me by my true names so that I can wake up and the door of my heart could be left open. My joy's like spring so warm. It makes flowers bloom all over the earth. My pain's like a river of tears, so vast it fills the four oceans. Please call me by my true names so I can hear all my cries and laughter could be left open.
Okay, so we are officially beginning this live Q&A here on Reddit. And there will also be some people who are joining through TikTok, joining through other platforms. Just an FYI, this live stream, this live Q&A will also be shared on YouTube so that there is a video component as well for anyone interested to check it out, to see me in the flesh. I will put a link in the comments to the live stream so that you'll be able to see me if that's your interest. Link to the live stream. So a little bit of an introduction and telling who I am and what my background is. I am Bante Warapanyo. I am a 29-year-old American Buddhist monk. In 2015, I began my journey into meditation, Buddhism, spirituality by going to live at a Zen Buddhist meditation center in America, in New Mexico. I lived there for a year, and that kind of began my journey of monk life. From that point on, I was a Buddhist and a meditator, and that eventually led me to 2018 when I decided to move from America to Thailand to ordain and become a Buddhist monk. So, a part of my life as a monk now, and what a monk is really, is someone whose main job is to cultivate virtue, to cultivate goodness, to practice meditation, to investigate the nature of mind, and by extension, the nature of reality, the nature of truth. And so, this kind of event is meant to be an opportunity for people to ask questions, to get advice. And also for me, it's a way that I can do good deeds and try to be helpful in the world, try to bring benefit to other people. So that's what this practice is about. The way that this is going to work is that you basically have two ways to ask questions, two ways where you can come up and ask a question for me to answer. One, and is preferred, is that you can raise your hand and you can come up to the live so that you can use your voice and ask a question to me directly. The other way is that you can simply leave a comment. So you can leave a comment in the comment section of this talk, and hopefully I'll get to it. But sometimes there's a lot of comments that come through, and it's not really accessible for me to go through all of them and answer them. So the ideal way, if you are interested and you want to ask a question, please do try to come up to the live and use your voice and ask a question, and I'll do my best to answer it. And like I said at the beginning, there's also a live stream component to this. So if you go to the comments, you will see a comment that I left with a link to the live stream so you can see me in the flesh. Okay, and you can also listen and follow along that way. All right, and we might have people from different platforms kind of showing up and asking questions. So the best way to watch it is definitely through the YouTube channel. Okay, Gabuchi, do you have a question?
What up, bro? So are you the Buddha?
Okay, so Gabuchi said, "Am I the Buddha?" I am a sincere 29-year-old American Buddhist monk. All right, so we're going to start bringing people up. We'll start with Dobas, Super, Desi, and Oscar. Come up and ask a question. Maybe we can start with Super. What's your question?
Are you referring to me?
Yeah, go ahead. Super bed. Super bed.
Yes. I've been dealing with some stress lately. My grandmother passed away, and I feel like maybe a lot of people ask you this. How do you deal with the spiritual side of never seeing anyone again until the day you go?
Well, the your grandmother, right? The meaning and your grandmother was never about something that you saw. It was never about something that you heard. Our loved ones are not flesh and bones and blood. It's like meat, right? We can kind of fall into this trap where we feel like our loved ones are meat, and then when their body is no longer existing in the same way, it's like, well, that person's gone, completely gone. That person is not gone in any real way, in any meaningful way. That person is still here with you, at this present moment. I think it's really important to recognize that and understand that. But that feeling of loss, that feeling of losing this person, you certainly have the feeling of it, is something that is inviting you to relationship with your life and with your grandmother, with your real grandmother, which is the way that she lived, the way that she affected you, the way that she continues to affect you, the way that she continues to exist. So loss is an invitation for intimacy, to go deeper into our heart, to our mind, to a not such a shallow way of living and thinking about things, but to really go into our feeling through this moment, this life. And that's really where we find our grandmother, our parent, our loved one who has changed form. Thich Nhat Hanh has a teaching about this. Thich Nhat Hanh's like this really great, wise Buddhist teacher. And he says, a cloud never dies. A cloud never dies. So in Buddhism, this is like a deep teaching about no birth, no death. Not like this, not in the shallow way of thinking, not in the judgmental way of thinking, not to be easily stuck or kind of burdened or trapped, but in fact that this loss is an opportunity for opening and for intimacy with your life, like with your life and your life moving forward, but also with your grandmother. And in that way, many people, it's very possible to have a deeper relationship with a loved one after their body has, after their body has died, after their body has passed away. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I never, like, I personally, I've never gone through the great loss of someone like that. My grandparents are around, my parents are around, but um, I never really thought about, even being a Buddhist already, being a meditator. I never really thought about the death of someone in that way until I came across this teaching, and it really is like that. Like, it's not a spiritual thing. It really is like that. Um, our grandmother, our loved one, our father, our parent who passed away, what have you, whatever that might be, um, they don't just disappear because their body dies or their body doesn't exist in the same way. They're still with us, and what really makes them can't die, doesn't die, and we can touch that here in this moment. It's just a way of taking that invitation of loss, that feeling of loss, to really be present with your heart, this moment, your breath, your body. And you can find your grandmother there, and you can be with her there, and you can invite her to be with you there, staying in that place of presence, sincerity. Go for a walk with your grandmother. Breathe with your grandmother. It's totally reasonable way to go into that loss and open your heart up to the impact that they had and continue to have in your life. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And we shouldn't, we shouldn't waste loss. It's really an opportunity to deepen. It's really an opportunity to open up and have a more meaningful relationship with our lives. So we shouldn't waste loss. Okay, or that feeling of loss, that experience. So Dobos, would you like to ask a question?
Yep. Hello.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to say
I'm really sorry for your loss, Superman. But anyways, like this is a real question for me personally. I find that meditating and everything is really boring. Do you find it like that? Like I don't mean that in a bad way, but how do you feel it?
Look, I'm going to tell you to you this way. You want to get big and you want to get strong, or you want to stay in your room eating Reese's Puffs. It's one or the other. You got to make a choice. I feel bored. I don't like this. I don't want to wake up. Right? Yeah, we're all going through this. Doesn't matter how big you are and strong you are, cool you are, whatever. Money you have, whatever. I'm tired. I don't want to wake up. I don't want to meditate. I don't like this. Well, this is the point. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean that it's not really wonderful and really good for you. And just because there are barriers or boundaries to deepening your experience, don't be totally discouraged by that. Be invited by your ability to face boundaries, your ability to face difficulty, your ability to, with boredom, what do you have the ability to do when boredom arises? Face it. No. You don't think about it. You face boredom. What the heck's boredom? Don't just stay in this world of shallow thinking for your whole life. What the heck is boredom? What are we talking about here? What's going on? So there's this way of approaching our experience that is more investigative, curious, questioning. We really need to look into this experience. So what is boredom? What is happening right now? What are we feeling right now? And we look closely. If you really are interested in meditation, and if you want to try it out and you want to get involved with Buddhism or meditation or learning about spirituality, you can do that 100%. You can get involved with that. And you're talking to a monk right now who's talking straight to you as much as I can. I'm just meeting you for the first time. But so if you want to get involved, you can. But what you need to understand, what you need to digest is just because something feels good doesn't mean that it's good for us. Just because something doesn't feel pleasurable, maybe feels painful, maybe feels boring, that doesn't mean nothing. So you can't control your whole life just by hearing that and thinking that. But knowing that, understanding that, having that wisdom inside of yourself, you can kind of make a more skillful choice. You can start to take a step back from this, this false idea that okay, this feels good, this tastes good, I'm only going to eat Reese's Puffs now. I'm only going to eat cereal from here on out because this feels good. Or, I'm trying to meditate and this feels boring, so I'm not going to do that. I don't want to be involved with that anymore. So we learn how to make a skillful choice and continue trying and continue exploring making skillful choices. Okay? What do you think about that? What do you have to add? What's your follow-up for that? You there, Dobus? Anything else you want to add? Okay. Thank you, Dobus, for your question. I hope that's helpful. So keep trying, and you can listen to guided meditations. There's all kinds of different resources out there to get into meditation and to try things that are good for us and helpful for us. It's just like going to the gym. The main barrier in going to the gym is that you have a real intention, that you have a real sincerity to show up and go to the gym. What do you think's going to happen if doesn't matter how unhealthy you are, how big you are, how unskillful you are in working out or whatever, if you follow through with that real sincere intention to show up, to go to the gym, for example, people are going to help you. People are going to support you. You're going to make friends. You're anything, everything. So it's the same for getting into meditation and spirituality, okay? And getting involved in this. If you're willing to show up, if you really have that intention, there's going to be support there for you. And this is one example of it. If you're someone who's been thinking about meditation, I'm here to supply good resources and good information that you can use to support your practice. All right, so reintroduction real quick. I'm Bhante Warapanyo. I'm a 29-year-old American Buddhist monk. This is a live Q&A with a real Buddhist monk. That's me. I've been a monk for 4 years. I've been practicing meditation and Buddhism for 10 years. Okay, so a while. I'm not enlightened, I'm not a guru or something like that, but just here to answer questions, give people the opportunity to connect with a monk if that's what you're interested in. This is what that's about, okay? I am also live on YouTube, so if you go to the comments of this event and you look, if you want to see me, if you want to see the person who's carrying this voice, go to the comments and sort by new, and you will see you'll see me, you'll see my face, you'll see my body, you'll see this body. Now, there's 2 ways you can come up and ask a question. One is that you can leave a comment, and that's okay. But the other is that you can raise your hand and be brought up to the stage and then ask a question with your voice. And that's the ideal way to come up and ask a question if you really are interested, if you really have a question you want to ask, okay? And everyone who's watching on the YouTube, if you could leave a like, that helps other people come across the stream and come across this kind of stuff. It's unique, and there's definitely a value that it can bring to people. So I want to answer a couple of the questions that are in the comments, and then we're going to continue bringing people up to the stage to ask questions with their voice, okay? And this is live, and this is a Q&A with a real Buddhist monk. That's what's happening right now, okay? So some of the comments, the number 1 comment is, what did I eat for breakfast? Nothing. I did not have breakfast. I had some coffee. That's what I had for breakfast. Okay. Okay, so T-Rex says, have you ever heard the Ray Wiley Hubbard song, Conversation with the Devil? He asks the devil, which religion is the truest? The devil says, Buddha wasn't a Christian, but Jesus would have made a good Buddhist. I literally was just talking about this song when the AMA notification popped up. Boy, do we love those AMA notifications. I'll tell you what, I love Reddit, and I love this opportunity. I'm happy for everyone to be here. This is really great. The devil also says, I reckon it's not any more strange to be born twice than it is to be born once. Great wisdom. So Buddhism has a lot to offer. Secular people, Christian people, Islamic people, Buddhism as a philosophy and Buddhism as a way of life and Buddhism as a system of virtue and philosophical principles to support us in transforming our suffering and ending our suffering. There's a lot to be used and offered there, period, for sure. There really is. And maybe I'm biased to say that, but there really is. From my experience. Jesus would have made a great Buddhist, that's right. And we can even say that like Buddhist teachings and living as a Buddhist is not different particularly than being a good Christian or walking in the footsteps of a Jesus. A question over on the YouTube. So I'm just going to answer a couple more questions that are written in text comments. And then the people who have their hands raised, I'll bring you up to the stage and you can use your voice and ask a question that way, okay? I'll just answer this. Lou Canis said, how do you become a monk? So becoming a monk should be a multi-year process. Firstly, you need to become a meditator. Then you need to become, at the same time, becoming a meditator and a Buddhist. So this is going to take a year. This is going to take time to become a meditator, to learn about Buddhism, to become a part of a Buddhist community, etc. Okay, 1 to 2 years. After that, after you become a Buddhist and after you become a meditator, then you can get involved with a temple. You can get involved with relationships. You can get involved with relationships with monks. And you can you can practice and make a request to join the Sangha, to become a monk, all right? But first, you need to become a Buddhist and a meditator, all right? Okay, this is great. Any other comments? My opinion on Wawa Cat. I don't know about Wawa Cat. I'm not up to date with that. Hello there, Narwhal Songs. Fasting, is fasting a good spiritual practice? It can be. Fasting can be helpful, but it's not focused on in Buddhism. How do I get over being unmotivated? Find a way to do good deeds. Find an avenue, find a pathway in your life to be generous, to share, to help, period. If you want to deal with suffering, if you want to have more meaning or happiness in your life, find a way to be generous. Find a way to do good deeds. Find a way to show up in the world and be a bro. Really. If you can do that, if you can begin to get involved in the practices of doing good deeds, 100% there's going to be, 100% there's really going to be benefits that come about from that. That's really important to understand, this idea of doing good deeds, practicing to do good deeds. Right. And it's ideal if you come up and ask your question in voice, because then you can offer a follow-up, and it's possible to have a bit of a dialogue, a little bit of a dialogue, not a therapy session, but you can follow up according to the answer that I share with you. Then there's another question about music artists that align with this ideology. There is. If you want to have good vibes, good Buddhist monk vibes, I highly recommend I'm going to post a comment. If you sort the comments by new, link to Buddhist music, you'll find a link to some Buddhist songs that are very powerful, great to listen to, juice up the mind, peace up the mind, and set up a lot of niceness in our heart and mind. Hey, we don't only need to have people who are sincere in asking a question to the wise monk, but if you have a question of discernment, or well, wait a minute, you said this, are monks able to say this? Are you able to talk like that if you're a monk? What's really going on here? You can also come up and ask a question. I welcome your question, but just be sincere in doing that. If it's just to troll, then we don't really have time for that. Final question in the comments of the Reddit talk before we bring people up. What is your perspective on the current state of Buddhist monks? In Thailand, for example, there are a lot of scandals, involvement with illegal businesses and politics, sex, drinking, etc. Well, you said it, I didn't. The matter of fact is that 100%, first of all, monks are not Amish. Monks live in the 21st century. We use technology. We have YouTube channels. We have Facebooks. We have Discord servers, etc. Okay, 100%. And also that monks are human beings, all right? So there are 1 million monks in the world. There are about 1 million monks in the world, and they're going to be involved in all kinds of different activities. Just because someone is a monk doesn't mean they are wise. Doesn't even mean they're a good person necessarily. Just because someone is a monk doesn't mean that they are a powerful meditator, or they can teach, or that they even are very compassionate. So recognizing that, a big Buddhist teaching is to see through appearances, not to get stuck, not to get trapped in appearances, but to look closely and to respect your own curiosity, respect your own interest. And then one final question before we bring people up. The Illuminated One says, what are your thoughts on Shaolin Temple? So this touches on the whole idea of monks being martial artists, or monks, this kind of fetishized view of monks. So what about Shaolin Temple? What about martial arts monks? It's not a real thing, period. The whole Shaolin Temple, that whole organization is it's just appearances. Most of the people who are involved in that organization, most of the people who you'll see performing are not monks. They're just performative martial artists in this tradition of the Shaolin martial arts school. Most of the people at that center, the main Shaolin temple in China, are not monks. They're just performative martial artists. And it's a performative martial arts training school. The whole idea of like Shaolin martial arts Buddhist monks is not a real thing. Now, there may be a couple of them. There may be like some people who went through the training at Shaolin Temple to learn that intensive performative martial arts and also are Buddhist and also are meditators, but it's going to be a handful of people in the world. Even the main Shaolin Temple, the main Shaolin Temple in China is much more of a tourist trap and a performative martial arts school than it is a Buddhist monastery. Period. And a lot of what the Shaolin Temple does in other countries is like present a mysterious Buddhist monk kind of persona or presentation, when in fact the people performing are not monastics. They're not renunciates. They aren't following the Buddhist code of conduct. They're not celibate. They have not been ordained as monks. They're performers, period. And a lot of their Buddhist vibe or Buddhist accoutrement, monk accoutrement, is totally just performative and is not actually related to Buddhism or what it means to be a monk, what it means to be a renunciate, a Buddhist monk. And then how can someone deal with painful memories? Focus on the present, focus on generating loving kindness, happiness, peace here in the present, and get involved with your life and don't get so stuck in those past ideas and stories. Okay, so we're now going to bring up some people to ask questions with their voice. All right, we're going to bring some people up to the stage. And if you want to come up to the stage, you can too. Just raise your hand. So we're going to bring up Cleveland, Bag on Back, MCMR, Special. We're going to bring up Ad Ground. And we're also going to bring up Awesome and Mirror and Doctor. Okay? If you really want to ask a question, you'll need to stick around, okay? And to ask a good question, we have to have that kind of opening up to this moment and like really showing up and being here. If you just have a totally shallow question that's not even important to you, it's almost unanswerable. It's asking a sincere question that relates to our direct experience that is a question that's worthwhile for all of us, okay? And please keep in mind, I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. This isn't a public diary. So please try to share as directly and clearly as you can. Okay, recognizing that we have a short time together, and that I'm not your therapist, not a psychologist. Just here to help from my monk point of view. Okay, so let's start with Cleveland. Cleveland, you want to unmute and ask your question?
Yes, I've got a question. So this year's been extremely challenging for me personally, and I find myself becoming more and more impatient and frustrated. So, how would you, during work, and I'm trying not to bring work back to home life and my marriage. So I'm trying to figure out how would you suggest or advise to be able to grow as a person, to become more patient, and just more level-headed. I mean, would that be meditation, or what would you say there?
So what I would say there is that we've got to bring some goodness into it. We've got to bring some generosity into it. For a lot of us in our life, we are basically almost living like an animal. Okay, so you go to work so that you can get money, so that you can sleep comfortably, so that you can eat comfortably, and that you can have, sexual experiences comfortably, right? That's what a lot of us get involved with. And the modern world, like the modern ideas that we consume and the modern education system, it doesn't really set us up to, a lot of us, it doesn't put us into a position where we can just like show up at a random church and feel kind of like comfortable and involved. there's maybe a disconnect there with like a Christian. We're not all Christian, right? We're not all religious people. So we need to find a pathway. We need to find a reminder, and I hope this will be a reminder, is that if you want to feel good, if you want to be able to lay down your burden, if you want to be able to let go and to relax, you need to do good. And you need to find an avenue in your life. And this is one of the main things that I want to share and kind of get across from my experiences as a monk and in hosting this live talk here on Reddit. If you want to feel good, you've got to do good, and you also have to be good. So doing good and being good is the two main points to get across. Being good means that you go for walks, um, restrain. A lot of being good is about restraint. So if you come home and you're just, you're putting back 6 beers every night, well, you're not going to feel good. Or you're overeating, you're always eating unhealthily, you're not going to feel good. Also, if we're not bringing this quality of mind of like how we act right now affects other people and it affects our environment and we're all living in a community, then we don't really we don't really practice moment by moment like being good. We just kind of throw ourselves over there, we throw ourselves over here according to our desire or our fear. And then it's difficult to relax when you live like that because you're not an animal, you're a human being. So you can't just sleep, um, in the sunlight on a blanket for 10 hours a day like a cat can or a dog can. We have to have meaning in our life. And so what's the main avenue for finding meaning? Doing good, being good. That's it. That's where we find meaning. So being good, be careful, be simple, be sincere, try to take care of your life. And restraint. A lot of the being good is about restraint. You don't need to drink alcohol all the time. You don't need to be watching porn all the time, or not you personally, Cleveland. I'm just meeting you, but you don't need to constantly be trying to pleasure yourself or avoid things all the time, but um, allowing yourself to experience and be with your life in a way that's not just about consuming. Okay, so that's kind of the being good. The doing good is primarily focused on generosity. So find a way in your life, not just to serve yourself or to serve the people who you have like a relationship with, a certain kind of relationship with, but begin sharing what you have, offering up what you have to benefit others, okay, to benefit all ideally. So it's this practice of generosity that is the foundation of doing good deeds. We need to find a way in our life to do good deeds. So that is doing an activity, making an action from an intention of helping, of bringing benefit without getting something out of it, without getting a result from it. If we do good, if we use this extra friction, this extra energy that we have in our mind and in our life to do good, to be generous, then when we have time, we can relax, we can calm down, we can enjoy, and we can certainly be patient. Because when you're being good, you're being careful about how you live, and then you're doing good, you're doing acts of generosity, right? You understand that it's not all about you. It's not all about getting what you want. And when life confronts you and when life is all around you, you know how to be patient because you're not just here to control the whole situation or get something out of the whole situation. You're here and you have a familiarity of you're here for helping, sharing, bringing benefit. And the world all around you can be what it is. You can be patient with that. And then there's another opportunity for you to show up, for you to do good, for you to be good, and to enjoy. And the greatest joy comes from goodness. And if we're not reminded, if we don't find a way to, like, hopefully this is a reminder. For some people, church is a reminder. But we need to find in our own life, whatever way it is, this avenue, this way of living, these conditions to remind us of goodness, to remind us of just being there in the present and enjoying, this gift that life is, this seeing, this hearing, this smelling, nature, our environment to enjoy. So be good, be careful, do good, be generous, and, understand that everybody's going through something. And sometimes we just got to be patient And whatever barriers or difficulties or stress that we got ourselves worked into, it'll pass away for sure. It'll go away for sure. Okay, Cleveland?
Thank you. That works.
All right. Yeah, we find a way. And hey, a lot of times, we're heavy hitters. We're in America or something. We've got cash, we've got a good job, we've got a healthy body, we've got a healthy mind. There's all kinds of good that you can do. There's all kinds of help that you can bring to people, not from like, I'm going to fix this person or I'm going to fix this situation or I'm going to judge. Not about judging, but just like, okay, with what I already have right now, how can I help? How can I put a smile on somebody's face? How can I? And that's mainly with the generosity. That's the main action that supports that. Just being generous, and you find a way to do that in your life, and you're going to be able to relax. You're going to be able to feel good, especially if the people around you aren't totally stressed and worked up, and that you're a caretaker for them. But sometimes we are in that situation, and we just need to keep doing good deeds, and that peace will come and find us one way or another. Okay, thank you, Cleveland. All right, so we'll go now to MCMR.
So thank you for inviting me here. So my question is, how can you be in a, how do you guys stay to be in a focused state? Because lately I can't really focus on anything. I feel like I'm losing touch.
Yeah, so we start from now. You've lost touch. Now it's time to touch. It's time to meet it. It's time to show up. You haven't been showing up. When are you going to show up? Where are you going to show up? Here. Where's here? Well, the body. So a big thing that we have in Buddhism is this, okay, you can say like a present moment or whatever, but it's more about refresh, restart, like begin from here, start from here. What is that? It means that we stop focusing on the effects. You want to become a person who's focused, right? No, don't focus on the effect. Focus on the action. Let go of this focus on the effect. We're always doing that. So we do that enough, but we rarely focus on the action. And the action is very subtle. It's like what's happening right now is the heart or the home of our action. And so we can only find what's happening right now if we can come to the body, if we can come to some kind of like simple grounding point, some recognition point of what's happening right now. And a major fundamental part of that is your body at this present moment. It's not your body in the past. It's not your body in the future. It's not your body as it's going to play out or exist in some fantasy that you have about your life or your future.
Thank you.
Okay? So, yeah, so you restart, you refresh, come back to the body, come back to the breath, and understand that there's all kinds of stuff that you can do. There's all kinds of healing and growth and change that you can get involved with in a skillful way. 100%. But to do anything skillfully, to make like a wise choice, we need to learn how to take a step back. That's the thing. That's the major factor, is taking a step back from this, like this current. It's like we are, it's like we're in this big river, okay? And there's this strong current that's just pushing along. And we can say this river, this current, is all of our past actions, all of this past cause and effect that's like, flowing along. And most of the time, we're just head first, our heads underwater, we're flowing down and we're flapping around kind of in that state, in that situation. And then we put our head up a little bit and say, I want to focus, right? So, and it's the same for me. It's the same for all of us at different times. So the practice here is like, we have this ability, not everyone does. We can say animals don't, right? But we as human beings have this ability to like, hold on, stand up somehow in this current of cause and effect and all this momentum of the past ways that we've been, the past things that we've experienced. We have this capacity to stand up and turn around and face that cause and effect. We would say karma in Buddhism, but to face that what's happening right now. From that facing, from that experiencing, being aware of what's happening right now, we can take a step back. Somehow in the midst of this, this strong river, this strong current, we can take a step back and we can make a decision. Okay, I'm going to go this way. I'm going to make a skillful choice. I'm going to go that way. And eventually you'll find yourself out of that river. You'll find yourself on the shore. But it's all about standing up, just kind of like, okay, here I am, being aware of what's happening right now, and then turning towards that to like you're willing to be aware, you're willing to face this experience, and then you take a step back, meaning that you're not so self-identified with what's happening right now. You're not so self-identified with the environment or the effects, but you look at it and you take a step back and then you make a skillful decision. You make a skillful action. Okay? And if you can do that, sky's the limit. 100%, sky's the limit. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so let's go now to Special. Special, you have a question?
Yeah. My question is, would I have to like go somewhere specific to become a Buddha, or can I just do it wherever I kind of want?
Okay. Thank you, Special. So Special says, do I have to go somewhere specific to become a Buddha, or can I just kind of do it wherever I want? Now, the phrasing of this is a little bit strange, but it points to something that everyone can get a lot of benefit from answering. Okay, so I want to answer this the Aki way. So I am a 29-year-old American Buddhist monk. Okay, that's who I am. I go by the name Bhante Warapanyo. I've been a monk for 4 years, and I became a monk in Thailand, and I've spent most of that time as a monk living in Southeast Asia, living in Buddhist monasteries, okay, in Asia, living with other monks, training meditation. I began my journey to get into meditation because I had a lot of suffering. I had a lot of psychological suffering, emotional suffering, what have you. And I found that meditation and Buddhism offered me a way to transform my suffering. And actually, we call in Buddhism, we call like Buddhology is the science of waking up rather than the science of staying asleep, okay, being stuck in our attachments, our confusions, our dream world, our self-identity world. So you don't need to go anywhere to become a Buddhist or to transform your suffering. That's the whole notion, is that we think that there's some other time, there's some other place, there's somewhere where we are going to go, where we're going to get what we want, we're going to fix this problem. The main factor that you need to get on this path and to get involved, and you can do a lot of work, you can change a lot. I can speak to that because I went from a very unstable, suffering place to a much more stable, much more peaceful place. I'm still on my journey as well. But it's your intention and your sincerity to try and to show up. Now, I have just put a comment in the comments section of this post. And I would ask that everyone go to the comments of this live talk, sort by new, and you'll find my comment. And please upvote this comment. It's a resource list for going further on this path, getting more involved in this kind of stuff. Because the greatest effect that I would wish that this event will have on people, and what it could be, is an invitation to get involved in your life in a more meaningful, skillful way. So I just posted in the comments a link, multiple links to a book recommendation, to the live stream of me. You can come and see me on YouTube, to the Discord, the online meditation community that I run through Discord. There's an app that you can download. It's not my app, but it can help. Some talks for compassion, meditation, healing, self-help, guided meditations, a playlist for Buddhist peace music, a book recommendation, guided meditations, the highest quality resources that I am aware of and that I think can bring a lot of benefit to people, that I just put in that comment. So if people here could please update that so that it's easily accessible and easy to find, I would really appreciate that, because I do want this to be accessible and simple and enjoyable. And you don't need to do anything else. Just show up and listen and enjoy this event and be here. But also, I want this to be an invitation to get more involved in your life the Aki way, the skillful way. And that's what these resources are meant to provide for people. Okay, so it's important that I share that. And if you do want to come and see me, to see my eyes and my ears and my nose and my tongue and my body and my mind, in a sense, you can come and join the live stream and you can see me, okay, in HD. The link to the live stream is in that comment. It's the first link, all right? So, Ed, this is the point. The main thing that you need to become a Buddha, the main thing that you need to transform your suffering, to develop in peace, happiness, joy, whatever you want to call it, is the intentionality to show up, to try, to experiment, to go outside your comfort zone, and to face and get benefit from all these different possibilities and avenues for living that we have accessible to us. Not just to stay in our same old lane all the time, but to look into meditation, to look into Buddhism, to look into wisdom teachings, compassion teachings, to open up to these kinds of things. And if you're willing to do that, you can become a Buddha in no time, 100%. Okay, Ed?
Thank you for telling me that. I'm now going to try to find something I can do with that, because I want to do that. I just don't know where I can do it, since I'm not at the legal age to drive yet, or own a house, or get a job.
Hey, we're in the mind world now. All right? If you were to look back in history, and people people talk about psychic powers or things like that, magical occurrences, what do you think's happening right now? According to what we know in science, our mind, right, that psychic, like the power of the mind, which would be expressed through psychic power, it's electricity. That's what we call it in science, at least. It's this kind of very subtle, refined electricity in the brain, right? Something like that. Well, guess what's going on right now? This mind, your mind, is going out to almost 200 people on this live talk. And in my, I'm live streaming on YouTube as well. So my body is going out and expressing and appearing all over the world in different places. This is it. Anyway, so looking back, people that old age, this is it. So this is the realm of mind. This realm of mind is much more subtle and it's much more important than the body, actually. Okay? If your body is the healthiest, strongest, the best body in the world, the most attractive, perfect, wonderful body in the world, but your mind is sick and suffering, that's not Aki. That's not the Aki way, period. You can't do it the Aki way if that's your situation. You understand what I'm saying right now? Yeah. So Ed, I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to put you on how to do it the Aki way. So let me tell you this. The mind, even if our body is in the worst situation possible, even if we're fully, let's say we're fully paralyzed, we're like in a coma or something like that, we can only move our eyes, can't even move our eyes, can't even see, can't even hear, can't even smell, can't even taste, can't even touch. Huh? If the body is like that, but our mind is at peace, what does that mean, Ed? It means we're doing it the Aki way all day long, 24/7, 365. You know what I'm talking about? So Ed, I invite you, join the Discord server, bud. You're talking to the guy who's running the most active live fire meditation community on Discord right now. We're meeting twice a day, 30 plus, 40 plus people every day gathering together to meditate and talk about this stuff and ask questions to each other. There's a big Buddhist emphasis, and I'm oftentimes the main facilitator, and I'm a monk, but it's not a religious community. And if you're looking for a meditation community and to learn more about this kind of stuff and get involved, the Discord server is a great place to start, 100%. Okay? So go to the comments. Go to the comments of this live talk. Do you know how to find the comment section?
Yeah, it's a little
Okay.
fun.
I'll message it to you. If anybody needs me to message it to them, just let me know. And scroll down, look at that. It should be the top comment, I hope. And there's all kinds of resources for you to get involved in this stuff. All right? And I'm here to help, 100%. I'm here to help. I've got time. So if you have the intention, if you really want to get involved in meditation and you really want to get in touch with high level resources, as far as I know them, reach out and I'm here to help. Okay. My Facebook is also there in the comment as well. My name on Facebook. So you're welcome. You're invited, and I'm here to help. Okay. You don't need to go somewhere with your body to do that. I'm running an online meditation center, online community. So you can join us there if you're really interested. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, bud. Okay. So, and just FYI, it might sound like I'm trying to advertise or something like that. I'm not selling anything. I don't make any money off of doing these lives or my Discord server or my YouTube channel. I don't make any money from any of this. I don't sell anything. There's not a subscription plan or something like that. It's nothing. Okay. I don't sell anything. So I'm just inviting to join something that I think really does have value. Okay. I think something I would have gotten value from when I was in a difficult place. Okay. If you do join the Discord server, please understand that we have a welcome channel, an information channel, and you need to read all that information and then introduce yourself according to that information. All right, it's a real intentional community. It's not a meme server. It's not people just show up and play around. You have to have a degree of intentionality and sincerity and interest. And if you have that, you can read the welcome channel. You can introduce yourself and get verified, and then become a part of our community. Okay. All right. So add ground. Go ahead. What's your question?
Good evening. Thanks for having me over here.
Go ahead.
I'll be happy with me. So it's I've been my mind's quite distracted most of the time whenever I'm trying to focus on my upcoming exams. I just don't end up doing my work at all. Like if I'm doing physics, my mind is just randomly wandering here and there. And yeah, I just feel bad about it because I was never like this. And then suddenly my mind's so distracted, I can't focus on anything. My grades have tanked and I'm worried about, it's just a mess.
So in the same way that you weren't like that before, you also won't be like that in the future. It's a changing, something that's coming up as a condition. And understand that there's all kinds of boundaries for us to do what we want to do. I mean, there's all kinds of boundaries and difficulties in just like being alive right now, being able to breathe, having health. I mean, you bump your head, a branch falls off a tree and you bump your head, say hello to a whole new world, right? So be patient with that experience and understand that you can do what you need to do even though there are difficulties, even though it's not ideal. And my advice for people in studying, I have never been a studying person. I've never been a preparing person. The reason that I can do something like this is because it's just authentic. It's person to person. It's intimate. It's alive here at this moment. So I feel comfortable, according to my sincerity and my background of experience, to show up and be sincere. That's why I feel comfortable in this environment. But I am not someone who prepares or does anything like that. But I've given the advice that sometimes when you're in that force to study, that force to deal with something, that force to prepare for something, and you're beginning to become overburdened by that, take some time to completely take off that burden, to completely take off that backpack of rocks that you're carrying around with you. That is like, I need to do this because I need to pass that, because I need to go there and I need to get that and I need to do this, right? Like, Okay, sure, maybe you do, but try completely taking off that burden to the point where not just like taking a break, but taking a break from your whole thing of like, well, I do actually need to do this because I do need to graduate. I do need to pass this test. I do need to become this. Put all of that down just for, just put it down fully and just be and feel and let yourself be intimate with what's really essential to doing any of that anyway. Your body, your mind, your heart, your breath at this present moment. Take off that burden in a way where who knows if you'll ever pick it up again. You don't know, like you really don't know. That's to the degree that you put it down, and just take time to be in that space, you know? And then maybe you'll pick it up again, maybe you won't. But you spend that time to just face and be with your life rather than all of these things that you are adding onto your life and burdening yourself with. And then when you're ready, maybe you'll pick it up again or you won't. But you don't have to do those things. You don't have to get something to find peace. Peace is available right here, right now. Your self actualization, your best self, your truest self, your freest self, yeah, I'm sorry if that was too loud. Is right here, right now. You can find it right here, right now. So try out that methodology and see how it goes. Don't worry too much, all right? You sound like a pretty smart guy. Smart person, excuse me.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. It's just my guilt that eats me. You know, I feel quite bad about that.
Oh, you've got to put it down. Look, you want to carry your guilt around with you all the we want to carry everything around with us all the time. Well, you're going to be exhausted and tired and miserable. Put it all down. Put the guilt down too. Eventually, it's going to put you down. The body's going to disappear, the mind's going to disappear, everything in the world's going to disappear. So relax and put that guilt down too. Put everything down and just find out what it's like when you put everything down. And be with that. Don't just distract yourself. Okay, well, I put everything down. Now I'm going to YouTube. That's when we can't put stuff down. Fully put it down and be here. Go for a walk. Be with your heart. Be with your breath. Show up. And then, we'll take care of what we need to take care of when the time comes. All right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. Add groundbreaking. So a lot of people are joining the Discord server right now. Everyone who's joining the Discord server, please read the welcome channel. You'll see when you join Discord, there's different places. Click around, find the welcome channel, and read everything that's there. There's an image, there's information. Read everything that's there, please, for the love of all that is holy and true and real and sincere. Read the entire welcome channel. If you don't know how to use Discord and you're showing up and you don't know what to do or whatever, or you're confused, just say that. But if you can hear what I'm saying to you, read the entire welcome channel and then introduce yourself according to the instructions there. All right? And you can also wait until this talk is over to go and do all that. There's no rush. Okay? Sometimes we're so caught up in chasing after something. We're so caught up in trying to get something out of our experience that we can't even understand words. We can't even speak or be spoken to. We see something that's there, but we can't even see it because we've traded our own eyes for the eyes of our desires. We've traded our own ears for the ears of our desires. So we need to learn how to stop what you're doing and open to what's happening right now, what's available to you right now. You might find that there's more than you could imagine that's available to you right now to support your happiness, your peace, your growth. But you're so, you're so caught up in the eyes of your desire or your fear, or the ears, listening to from your fear, your desire, that you can't see what's in front of you, which is really wonderful and interesting. Okay? All right, so quick reintroduction for anyone who's new here. I'm Bantewar Panyo, 29-year-old American Buddhist monk. This is a live Q&A. If you go to the comments of this live talk, you'll find a comment that I left with a list of resources to get more involved if you're interested. And at the top of that list of resources is a link to the live stream, so you can see me if you'd like, and you can watch through the YouTube and see me in person. If you'd like to ask a question, you can either leave a comment or you can raise your hand and be brought up to the stage, and you can ask a question with your voice. And it's really preferred that you come up and ask a question with your voice. That's the best way to ask. It can be an overwhelming amount of comments, or someone ask a comment and it's not clear, so difficult to answer. Okay, so we're going to continue with this live Q&A. We're going to bring Awesome. Go ahead, Awesome. What's your question? You can unmute and ask.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I grew up in a very abusive and neglectful home and I've gotten out of it. And I've been talking to my therapist about letting go of things and changing, but I don't know how to do that without feeling unsafe. And I don't know how to make changes. Do you have any advice?
Yeah, I have some advice. So starting point is that it's okay to feel anxiety. It's okay to feel fear. It's okay to feel uncomfortable in a particular situation or a particular time. You can endure that. You can grow from that. You can get through that. You don't need to be afraid of fear. You don't need to be anxious about anxiety. It's okay. It's okay. One of the places where we can start is when we have a time of peace, when we have a time of safety and relaxation. Instead of just distracting ourselves or like consuming something, we can take moments to embrace ourselves. That is to give your kind attention and your kind awareness to your beating, bloody heart, to your breath, to your body. Do self-massage, okay? Breathe and touch and connect with your heart, with your body, with your presence. Show up for yourself. Be with yourself, okay? Open your heart to being, to taking care of you and being with that and accepting that when you're in the shower. You know, take a shower in the dark. That's a safe place. Come on. Nobody's coming into a shower. Even more so, nobody's coming into a bath. I tell you what, one of the most warm and safe and protected places that you can find to detach, to abandon the outside world, is to get into the bathtub. Get it if you don't have a bathtub, I'm sorry, but if you've got a bathtub and you can go in there and, I mean, talk about bubble bath or some scented, some salt or what, there's a lot you can get involved with in there, but if you can go and take a bath in the dark, it doesn't matter if it's World War I, II, III, it doesn't matter if it's the police, it doesn't matter what it is, everybody is stopped by being in the bath. That's a sacred place. That's a womb place. So if you want to, feel more comfortable, feel more safe, feel more healing with yourself, you've got to be with yourself. You've got to learn to be comfortable with yourself. So one of the ways you can do that, show up and get into that bathtub, turn off the light, feel the warm water, feel your body, feel your breath, feel safe, and bring that attention, keep that attention with that safety and that awareness of your body and that breathing. and let go and feel that you have this capacity to embrace yourself, to heal yourself, just through your kind attention, just through your gentle attention. We've got to learn how to let go of the past. How do we let go of the past? By living a meaningful life, by showing up to the present. If you don't show up to the present, if you don't meet the present, how are you going to let go of the past? So finding this way to face and be with this present and to enjoy it in simple ways, in ways that are turning in, not depending on anything outside. So I encourage you to do that. And I would also invite, if you go to the comments of this page, you can see me, and I also have a Discord server. There's an invitation to community, okay, if you're interested. But there's also an app that you can get on your phone, okay? There's also some resources that you can look into for a book recommendation, for songs that you can listen to, healing songs, loving songs, kind songs. I'll put some links in there for loving kindness meditations. Okay? Start to open yourself up to these healing, compassionate, warm, gentle presences that exist in the world. We've got the magic of YouTube. We don't need to just use it for our, sleepy time, gentle distractions, which I do recommend. If you're going to watch YouTube or you're going to watch something as you're getting into sleep, you need to switch to more relaxing content, not TikToks. It's going to keep you up. It's going to stimulate you. So finding that way of peace, joy, calm, gentleness, and bringing that into your life, orienting your life towards that, especially when you have that time alone. Okay? You have to unmute yourself if you're still here. If you're talking, can't hear you.
Just wanted to say thank you. I really appreciate that.
You're very welcome. And we'd love to have you over on the Discord if you want to check out our community. All right?
Thank you.
All right, so how about Doctor Who? Do you have a question? You just have to unmute Doctor Who if you have a question.
Yeah, sure. I just want to ask about the Buddhist view on Western medicine because I saw some articles about Buddhism supporting more Eastern type of healing.
Okay.
That includes not only the symptoms but also some initial problems that
Right.
the cure.
Oh. Was that everything, Doctor?
I think I muted myself in the middle of my question, but
I got it. I got your question.
what is the Buddhist view of the Western medicine?
Okay.
And the differences between
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor Who. Your question is very appreciated. Okay. So the Buddhist view on Western medicine. Well, the Buddhist view is very inclusive. If something is scientific, if something works, then great. That's wonderful. If something can be used as a medicine and there's backing information that something can be used as a medicine, then that is really wonderful. That's really worthwhile to support and to accept, right? To recognize that's true. But Buddhism also emphasizes the causes. And there's also a kind of the neo-psychology or the next wave of psychology that's working together with neuroscience in a contemplative way that, in fact, the experiences that people have with anxiety or depression or what have you, are not always these like genetic locked in disorders or brain conditions or something like that, but a lot of times there are active causes in their life, whether actions that they're making or actions of people around them that are making, especially when you talk about child psychology, where the answer to that is not to give them a kind of SSRI, some kind of research chemical, but in fact to address the causes is the real solution. So you grew up in an abusive home, and now you have ADHD, and now the answer to that is Ritalin. You know, you have quote unquote ADHD. Well, maybe ADHD was your coping mechanism of growing up in an abusive home, or anxiety, or depression, what have you. And that's pretty simple to understand, but it's also easy to not understand. It's easy to be ignorant of these kinds of things. So if something works, use it, utilize it, take advantage of it, but also understand that there are other avenues for dealing with our suffering, that we don't need to solely rely on a Western psychological or pharmaceutical approach, that there are other avenues for support, for us to heal, for us to grow, for us to develop. And we should do our best to learn about them and take advantage of them when they are presented to us. Okay? I often like to phrase it that if you do not have cancer, you don't need to get chemo. All right? If you are not if you are not in a health crisis, you don't need to do something in particular to deal with that or to solve that situation. Okay? You're not in a health crisis, right? But if you are aware that you have quite deep suffering in your life and that you are quite ill equipped to deal with that suffering, you need to get involved. You need to show up. You need to take advantage of resources if they're available to you. If you come across them, you need to get involved. And that doesn't only need to be in Western medicine, but that can also be looking into Buddhism, looking into meditation, looking into different kinds of self-healing that are worthwhile to try out and to experiment with. Okay? So this live talk is being mainly hosted here on Reddit, Q&A with Real Buddhist Monk, that's me. But there's also, this is being streamed on YouTube. So if you'd like to see my face, you can go to the live stream on YouTube and you'll be able to see me. Okay, you'll be able to see my face and my body live and in person, see my robes. I don't have eyebrows, so it's maybe something curious that you'd like to take a look at. And it's also on TikTok. And so for those people who are watching on TikTok, I'm about to turn off this stream. So if you want to join and keep watching, go to the YouTube channel and you'll be able to see me live and in HD with high quality audio. And you'll be able to join with a bunch of other people who are watching. All you need to do is search for Bhante Varapanyo on YouTube. It's the same as my TikTok name, and you will see my YouTube channel live. Okay, search for Bhante Varapanyo on YouTube and go to that live stream. You can see me there. Okay, and you can also give a like or give a share so more people can come across this if you feel that it brings benefit, if you feel that it's worthwhile. Okay, Bhante Varapanyo on YouTube. All right, so we are going to continue bringing people up to the stage to ask questions. And we'll do that now. We'll continue that now. So we'll bring up Substantial, Me for Mira, Dark Jelly, Murica, Thaw. Okay, that's from Myanmar. That's somebody from Burma. N Redlos. Black Cat Gaming is a person. They exist. We're inviting them up to stage. and also Cat Dog, show from my childhood, and also Rurari and O Remor. Everybody's invited up to speak. Look at that. And Emily also. Come on up. Great. So before we do continue, make sure that your mic is muted, please, everyone. Before we do continue, I just want to see if there's any more comments on the Reddit that people left through text. There's an up and coming comment from Volcom that says, "What did you eat for breakfast this morning?" I would please ask that you don't explicitly upvote that. You can actually explicitly downvote that so that the top comment remains this resource list, so that that's easily accessible and clearly apparent. I didn't eat breakfast this morning, okay? So no need to lift that comment up too high. And then the next comment under that is, how do we deal with painful memories? A very good way of dealing with painful memories is to live in the present in a meaningful way, and also to generate these feelings of loving kindness, loving friendliness. So there's certain meditations that we do in Buddhism that have the explicit focus on cultivating and generating this feeling of loving kindness, this feeling of loving friendliness towards ourselves. And this can help a lot in facing those negative memories. I don't practice any martial arts. One sec, and we're going to keep answering questions who the people who come to stage. I don't know the podcast The Way Out is in, but maybe they can invite me. I'd love to come on their podcast, whatever it is. I am an American Buddhist monk. Buddhist monks have phones. Yes, it's very normal. Whoa, O Remor has a hydrojet bathtub. Wonderful. If you look, I'm going to say this. I might get in trouble for saying this. I'm supposed to be not to take sides, right? But if you've got a specialty bathtub, if you've got a high tier bathtub, if it has jets or if it's a deep bathtub or a wide bathtub, if there is someone who has put a bathtub in your environment with a level of consideration and sincerity, if you've got a nice bathtub and you're not using it, that ain't it, Chief. Okay, that's not the Aki way. If you've got a good bathtub, you've got to take advantage of that bathtub to practice, okay, to mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of the heart. Get some bath bombs, get some essential oils in there, approved bath essential oils. Get it in there. Come on now. A bathtubs is a good way that you can go into a meditative experience. So I recommend you take advantage of it, okay? Hugh says, what is the conditions of my situation as a monk? So this is probably something that a lot of people would be interested in. So I am, like I said, I am a 29-year-old American Buddhist monk. What that means is that I am like we can say a Buddhist priest, okay? And in Buddhism, Buddhism's like one of the main world religions. So there are Buddhist societies, there are Buddhist countries in Thailand, in Myanmar, in Sri Lanka, and there are millions and millions of Buddhist people. For most Buddhist people, their religion of Buddhism is not about like a particular place or like a church or like a preacher at a church, but their relationship to Buddhism for most people means a relationship with monks and a relationship with supporting monks. So as a Buddhist monk, I am supported by the millions of people all around the world to teach meditation, to be a monk, to live as a monk. And part of being a monk means that I give up, I renounce being a homeowner, having a home, having a car, having money in many situations, doing anything to make money. So recognizing that, there's Buddhist people offer a lot of support. So if for what I eat, that's what's offered to me. What I wear, that's what's offered to me. Where I sleep, that is what is offered to me. So it's my conditions are all about the generosity of others. Okay, where I eat, where I sleep, where I travel to, it's all based in the generosity of others, especially Buddhist people who support me. So I live at a Buddhist temple. Right now, I'm visiting family for a few days. So I'm staying at my parents' house, my mother's house, visiting my nephew. But 99% of the time, I'm living in a Buddhist temple that is supported by the Buddhist community. And for myself, I am a traveling Buddhist monk. So I travel from country to country, mainly in Buddhist countries, teaching meditation, learning meditation from other monks or other meditation teachers. Then I also have like a laptop, and I have a phone that I use to host group meditations and to do my life of doing good deeds. I have tools that are meant for the purpose of doing that. It can be a little bit burdensome to try and travel around with all those things, but it's necessary to make these teachings accessible and for me to continue on my path of doing good. Okay, bringing benefit to others and trying to help other people. So that's kind of like my material situation that I find myself in as a monk. Um, I don't have one place that I live, and so in that way I am homeless, but there are temples and monasteries and places all over the world where I can go and live indefinitely. And if someone invites me somewhere, then they will usually support for me to make my way there, because people are aware, Buddhist people are aware that I don't have a job, I don't do anything to make money. So to make my way, I need to be supported materially. And so there's this kind of relationship where a lay people or a general Buddhist person supports the monk materially to clothe and feed and house, and the monk supports the Buddhist people spiritually, okay, to teach about meditation or to give talks, or honestly just to do like what we're doing here, only they're Buddhist, so they have a degree of faith or a degree of reverence, like a deep respect, a deep appreciation of the monk that people here wouldn't have because you're not Buddhist. You might appreciate and respect, but it's not like this deep, reverberating reverence and appreciation, that this faith that Buddhist people tend to have, which can be convenient in getting advice or getting guidance. But the monk isn't always wise, doesn't always have the best intentions. So it's not 100% that it works out the perfect way. Nothing in Buddhism is about everyone becoming a monk. So, me describing my life as a monk is not saying that that's what you need to do to become a meditator or to become a Buddhist or to become enlightened, even. It's got nothing to do with it. It's just this is my form, my way of practice is living as a monk. And that's what I enjoy and supports me to deal with my suffering and help others. But you don't have to do that if you want to be a Buddhist or a meditator, what have you. And there's no idea in Buddhism about everyone should become a monk. It's possible, but it's not necessary. Okay, so let's go now to me for Mara. What is your question? What would you like to ask?
Hello, I'm still here. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so sorry, Mira. I just saw myself. So okay, so thank you for the opportunity to have me here. I have something that I would like to ask from you is that I often find myself lately being disappointed when
expectations in life are not met, I find myself sometimes being arrogant, um, and clinging on to my expectations to the way how things should work, uh, be it in workplace or in a family matters. So I would like to ask you, um, what's the most efficient way to um, kind of help me cope with these kinds of sufferings?
Simple answer to a simple question. Don't expect anything. Okay? The more that we can release, relax our expectations, the more that we can step into this vivid, multifaceted, changing experience of life at this present moment. We can't control the world. We aren't always going to get what we want. We're sure to lose whatever we get, but we're certainly not always going to get what we want. So it's a matter of letting go of your expectations. And how do you do that? What's the formula to let go of your expectations? It's pretty simple. Come back to the present. Come back to the heart. Come back to the breath. Come back to the body. A lot of what we need to do is just refresh and restart and begin from this present moment. We get too stuck in our heads. We get too stuck in a story about our lives, and then we kind of abandon our life in exchange for this story. Turn it around. Abandon this story and step into your life. What's a good pointer? This heart, this breath, this body, this seeing, this hearing. Are you following along?
Yes, yes. So, um, in the but let me try to maybe expand this question a bit. In kind of a workplace situation where usually there's a lot of plans and a lot of things uh, to be made according to those plans, um, letting go and kind of let's say resetting to me may kind of make things a bit hard for many people, because otherwise, um, let's say we are resetting the plan every week or every 1 month due to things not meeting our expectations, then wouldn't it be kind of bad?
Don't worry about good or bad. Don't worry about being the CEO when you are the janitor. You have to do your best in any situation. You have to come back to do your best. You have to come back to the present, to the heart, to the body, to the breath. You've got to let go. You've got to abandon your idea of doing it the right way. And you have to pick up doing it the best way that you can at this present moment, There's no way to control it or make it the way that you want it to be. You just have to do your best in this present moment. You have to let go of your expectation and you have to try. Okay? But you should try from this place of generosity, of offering, of sharing, not to fix, not to solve. We can't fix it, we can't solve it out there. Out there can't be fixed, out there can't be solved. What we can solve is our heart, our mind, our body, our craving, our expectation, our chasing. We can learn to put that down, to let that go, and then step into a more flexible, creative, contemplative way of approaching the situation. But you can't control it. You're not going to control it. So accept that and let it go. And then show up and, try to take care, try to help in that situation. But you can't control it. You're certainly not going to think your way through it because it's not what you think it is. What you think reality is exactly not reality. what you think about someone, what you think about something is exactly not someone, is exactly not something. Period. We have to practice that. And in that way, we can be more flexible about the difficulties we encounter, not to be overburdened by them or confused by them, not to be confused by confusion, but refresh, restart, show up again at this present moment.
Okay. I mean, I'm not exactly a CEO, but I'm managing other managers as well. But I think your advice would give me some guidance over my situation. So
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm not a business manager, so I'm not going to be able to give much business management advice. But for the mind, for how to carry the mind, for how to approach from a grounded, sincere, open-hearted place, that's what I can speak to. But I'm not involved in business management. So maybe you can. Is there still a question here? Just to be as simple and clear as possible, because I'm not a I don't have experience to give business management advice. So is there something clear, a direct question here that you have still? What is it?
No, no, no. I'm just expressing my appreciation over your advice, and I think that uh, even disregarding the hierarchy or whatever, your advice should be able to be applied to somewhat extent to my problems too. So thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. That was dark jellyfish, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go now to Murica. Go ahead, Murica. You have a question?
Hey everyone. So first of all, thank you so much for giving me the stage to ask the question. So I'm gonna ask a question about a work related thing. So that's why I wanna give you some of my background. So currently I'm working in a health.
Not too much background, please.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. So I'm just gonna give you something, yeah, just a little bit, yeah. So right now I'm working in the healthcare, and I love my work. I love the patients and everything. But sometimes I feel that my I try my best to do my work, but even though I'm doing my best, some of my coworkers and my boss uh, feels like sometimes I feels like I'm doing more and more, and they are not doing that much. And they sometimes I feel like they are using me. So I always try to like reset my perspective about that I'm doing a good work. So I have to stick to that place, to that point of view. But still in like high stress work environment, I still feel that I'm losing the touch from that perspective. So do you have any advice to how to like mm, attach, how to make a strong bond with that perspective to just keep on going and keep
Yes.
doing the good work? Yeah, that's my question. Thanks so much.
Okay, wonderful. It's a good question. So, well, it's inspiring to me. So, look, this is the answer to this kind of question. Trying to make money is dirty business. It's called dirty work. Okay? It's never going to be something that has a kind of brightness to it. It's not a bright thing. It's not a sweet thing to try and make money. Money can be used. It can be used in a way to bring benefit and help and develop, for sure. But it's not something that is ever going to be pretty. So approach your job, your life, your way of life, understanding that money is kind of tough stuff. Approach your life, instead of focusing on making money, try to focus on making merit. Now, this is a concept that I don't think that we have this concept in the West, but it's really essential to the East. It's really essential. I'm sure we have this concept, but I guess merit in the West is seen as like you're pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. It's like doing, you have a material kind of effect that is most important. So you get more money, or you get more pleasure, you avoid more pain, your ability to change the situation for yourself. But this merit is more about doing good deeds. And when you do good, yes, you feel good and there are good effects. Okay. It changes the world around you, it changes the world inside of you. Okay. But we can take any situation, any moment, any avenue of our life as a way to do good deeds. And that is as a way to make merit. And it doesn't need to be complicated. It doesn't need to be, you don't need to do legwork to think about, what is a good deed or how do I practice a good deed. Do something good from the position that you're in. Do something from the position that you're in right now to be helpful, especially to be generous, to share. Okay. And so in this generosity, we kind of automatically, we calm and untangle this root of selfishness that makes money to be such a problem. So the focus here is to take your job and take your, situation in life as a way, as an avenue to do good deeds. Don't worry about being taken advantage of. Worry about doing good deeds. And in this way, you're going to find freedom. You're going to find self-actualization in any activity, at any place, at any time. The more that we can prioritize making merit, that is kind of like making blessings from our own goodness, from our generosity, from our doing good, like the good effects from doing good, the more that we have flexibility and kind of good luck, we can also say. And a lot of what you'll need in that situation is luck, good fortune, to find your way through that situation skillfully. Don't focus on, am I being misused or am I being taken advantage of, but focus on, how can I at this moment do good? And how can I use whatever situation I'm in at this moment to do good? And from, just FYI, from the Buddhist perspective, one of the ways that we can do good is mindfulness, is to be aware of the breath, is to be aware of the body at this present moment. So in that way, you can do anything. Anything can be this place of doing good. But for yourself, try to use that job, try to use that situation as a way of doing good deeds. Take advantage of it in that way.
Well, yeah, thanks so much for answering my question. So yeah, I basically, my background is from Eastern, so I do understand what you are trying to say, that just focus on yourself and what you are doing right now, and don't look at other people. But yeah, though your words were really kind and wise, so yes, I will try to uh, use those use those words to make my work more and more better, and just try to focus on myself and not others. Yeah, thank you so much for your kind advice.
Yeah, I mean, how many people spent their whole lives in unbelievably exploited situations? Okay? So do your best to make merit, not to make money. There's enough money in the world. There's not enough merit. There's not enough goodness. Okay? Substantial, go ahead. What's your question?
apologize if it is wrong. So I wanted to practice Buddhism for a very long time, but I was hesitant and I was out of fear that after looking at how it got defeated in India. So considering the current competitive world and materialistic world, by practicing this, will I get lost? And so I just wanted to. I was just thinking for this for a very long time. That's why I'm here to pitch in.
You said what about Buddhism in India? What did you say happened?
Yeah, it was defeated.
Okay. I heard it. Okay. I will answer your question. So Buddhism is undefeated. The reason that Buddhism left India, as far as we know, I haven't heard something else about this. As far as we know, the first university, like high-level university that was ever created was called Nalanda, and it was a Buddhist university in India. Okay? What happened in India, from my understanding historically, and that's uncomprehendable. That's got to be not true. The first university like that existing in India, that's got to not be true. But if it is, that's wonderful. So anyway, the Buddha came about, became enlightened, okay? And this philosophy of Buddhism, this way of transforming suffering, this way of waking up, it just became like a virus, spreading out more and more monks, more and more nuns, female monks and male and female monks, non-binary monks maybe too. And at the beginning, there was Hinduism. We're calling it Hinduism, but Brahmanism, this way, this tradition, was so established that at the beginning, they just kind of saw it as a new sect or a new tradition of their Brahmanism. They weren't really concerned about it. But eventually, it really started to become something really started to happen, and this started to become a dominant philosophy in India. At that point, when Buddhism started to get involved to that degree, and this is many, many hundreds and hundreds of years after the Buddha had already passed away, so this doesn't have anything to do with the Buddha. At that time, the Brahmin class, or the overall structure of Indian culture and society that was very spiritual, religious at that time, actively moved against Buddhism. And so at that point, Buddhism took like a sectarian position and took a backward step, because it's probably at the beginning that momentum of Buddhism, India could have become a Buddhist society, right? And that would be uncomprehendibly different from what was happening up to that point, okay, and was established, this, what we call Hinduism, okay? So at that point there, Buddhism existing as a sectarian accepted tradition that had a thriving monastic class, a sadhu class, and has the most powerful sadhu institution and class up to this day. Buddhism came from India. It's a really special kind of thing. And then there was just an attack. There's an invasion from other countries, and Buddhism kind of got washed up into it. Maybe from what I understand, what's possible is that Buddhism was maybe moved into a certain area where it became dominant, and that certain area happened to be bordering kind of other countries that were not Buddhist, and then in those countries invading India, Buddhism was like a boundary or a battleground point, and so Buddhism kind of got attacked. The institution that was established got attacked and kind of washed out. So from India, this philosophy of Buddhism, this tradition of Buddhist philosophers and Buddhist philosophy, this school of philosophy, spread out to other societies and other countries. And it became the dominant philosophy in China. Okay, it became the dominant for large portions of history. Buddhism was the dominant philosophy in China, in Japan, in Korea, in Vietnam. Okay, when it went to this Chinese direction. The only reason that Buddhism was extricated, or the power of Buddhism, the authority of Buddhism as a philosophy and as an institution of humanism, and truth was extricated or reduced in these societies was by material force. Okay, the force of militia. Buddhism as a philosophy has never been, at least historically, kind of picked apart or reduced or said, well, no, we have something that's more reliable, more accurate, more clear, more practical, etc. No. The reason that China isn't much more Buddhist is, and it's already quite Buddhist still in the face of the communism, is because there were active military campaigns to kill monks, to burn down temples, to strip Buddhism, the philosophy, from the society. This part of why Taiwan is very Buddhist is because the monks had to leave China to go to Taiwan. The same in Japan. The government actively got involved to strip the power of monks by forcing them to be non-celibate, by forcing them to be non-vegetarian. It's weird stuff. The same in Korea. Buddhism was intentionally attacked by governmental powers to make it less a bastion of truth and a major impact in the culture and the society. Same with Vietnam, active suppression of Buddhism, not because there's a more practical way of thinking or way of life, or because the position of a sadhu, which in Buddhism we call a monk, has become less valuable or reliable in the modern day, but just because it's an alternative power structure that was very threatening to political institutions and to other religious institutions. Okay? So Buddhism went from India, where it had this kind of situation happen. The monks went out into China and Japan, Korea, etc., became very successful, became the dominant philosophy of these societies and these countries. Now, it became reduced and stripped out and kind of attacked in those societies. But really, when you talk about Japanese culture or Korean culture or Chinese culture, Buddhism is essential to that. Buddhism is an essential aspect in a deep way that we as a Western people couldn't even understand, because, or American people, because our culture is so just a couple hundred years. But like, you can't take Buddhism out of Chinese culture. There are words that are, fa shu, and there's like, in the same way that there's a word in Hindi or in India for a sadhu, right, for a renunciate. There's also a word in China for that, and it's talking about a Buddhist monk. So that's Chinese Buddhism. It went out there, okay? And still, Japan and Korea and Vietnam and China have major Buddhist influences, and you can call it at least partly a Buddhist influenced society, a Buddhist influenced culture, even though it's changing a lot. It's very much modernizing. Or Buddhism's explicitly suppressed, as is in China. But when the Buddhist monks left from India and went to Sri Lanka, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, these kinds of regions, Mongolia, Tibet, what have you, Buddhism thrived. And so now, when we think about religious societies, we think about like Saudi Arabia, or, we can say India is a religious society, or a religious country, but in fact, it's not homogenous enough to really say that. There's Islam, but even Hinduism isn't really a thing. There's no such thing as Hinduism. It's so many different traditions, so many different archetypes or gods, practices. It's not homogenous in any way. The sadhus are in some way, kind of there. It's just like a relic, really. The sadhus are a relic of a spiritual society that used to exist but doesn't really anymore. It's too much variety. So we think of Saudi Arabia or Iraq or some Muslim society, country, or we think of, maybe we think of India. But in the modern day, okay, in the modern world, there are countries that are totally, 99% of the people are Buddhist in those countries. And what it means to be Buddhist in those countries is to have an active relationship with a priest class. Okay, so if you go to Thailand, and you won't necessarily know this or see this as an outsider, But if you go to Thailand, in Bangkok or anywhere, in every little corner, in every little nook, there is a Buddhist temple. There is a Buddhist monastery, and inside there are Buddhist monks. And at the core of that society and their culture is Buddhism and monks and the relationship between normal people and monks, or normal people and priests that are full-time, never stopping priests. Okay, and that's the same is true of Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, and these other countries also have this aspect, but the whole society is not built around it in the way that something like Thailand, Myanmar, Sri Lanka are. Like it's a total religious society, and it's not religious in the way of, okay, there are churches or we believe something, but there's an active priest class. There's an active part of their society that are these sadhus, these renunciates, these living examples of this religion, full time, 24/7. So it wouldn't be fair to say Buddhism was defeated in India, but more that because of violence against Buddhists, the monks went out and abandoned that country for whatever reason. I mean, if there was the first ever Buddhist university and there was all this stuff going on around that, and there were all these enlightened beings, and then there was this invasion and everything got destroyed and wiped out, I mean, the monks would leave. They wouldn't stay there. And then they're still there, but now they're competing with other sadhus or the Hinduism, and they would probably leave. So anyway, Buddhism is one of the unique things about Buddhism is that although it comes from the heart of spirituality, it comes from the heart of India. It's one of the oldest, most original spiritual traditions out of India. Although it comes from that place, it is very understandable and accessible and translatable to a secular, philosophical, modern, practical point of view and way of practice. And we couldn't say that, the fact that we call it Hinduism just points to the fact of how not homogenous it is, because you can't point to Hinduism and say a particular set of practices. I mean, it's Sadhguru and this guru and Krishna, Hare Krishna, and Vaishnavas and the Brahmin system and class. I mean, it's so many different things. But for Buddhism, there's this core foundation of principles and practices that go all the way back to the heart of India, ancient India, that are secular in nature. The Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path. There is suffering. There's a cause of suffering. The cause of suffering is our desire. There's a ending of suffering that we call liberation, enlightenment, peace. There's a path to ending suffering. Virtue, meditation, and insight, and living in accordance with all those, the Eightfold Path. Okay? So in this way, Buddhism is very useful and accessible to modern people in a way that other world religions are not necessarily. Maybe they are accessible, but they don't necessarily have the depth that that something like Buddhism has or something like Hinduism would have. But Hinduism doesn't have that accessibility to a modern Western sensibility for most people. So Buddhism has this unique place in world philosophy where it is very strongly an active religion with an active priest class and an active kind of community of devoted people. And it's very spiritual as well. It's as deep as you can get deep. But it also has as its foundation a basically secular philosophy. Is the religion, is the institution of Buddhism secular? 100% not. But the foundational principles of becoming a Buddhist, of practicing Buddhism, and the underlying philosophy of Buddhism as a way of becoming enlightened is 100% accessible to a secular point of view. You can take what you need, and you don't need to become religious. So in that way, Buddhism has a lot to offer. And because of this emphasis on this priest class, this philosopher class, we can say, this monk group, there are a lot of people who have been supported, Western people who have been supported to dive into these teachings, to dive into meditation, to dive into spiritual practice, and are now expressing that through a large variety of ways. And so there's these resource points that you're not going to find in, okay, you like stoicism. Well, how many active stoic monks and lifelong philosophers and wonderful, compassionate, amazing people are giving live talks or have YouTube videos that you can watch that aren't just academically looking at stoicism, but are coming from this rich, embodied, full spectrum of experience of living a stoic lifestyle. I mean, maybe there's one or two people, or there's hundreds of monks who are doing that, hundreds of people who can speak from in that way from a Buddhist perspective. And the same with, okay, you like, who's one of these people, modern, like self-help people, Andrew Peterson or Jordan Peterson. Great, you like Jordan Peterson's philosophy and the way that he says things, the way that he expresses himself. Okay, where are you going to go to join a Jordan Peterson community? Where are you going to find a Jordan Peterson, even if like he's really, I mean, I don't have such a strong idea of judgment about him, but where are you going to find this stoic meetup group to practice stoicism and get advice from people who have spent decades practicing stoicism and meditation and transforming their suffering? Well, you're not going to find that. So in this way, Buddhism has a lot to offer, not in terms of you becoming religious or following the religiosity of Buddhism, but that there's a lot of access points. There's a lot of resource points here for modern people to get what they need, which is goodness and meditation and insight into the nature of mind, not just the content of mind, and community. There's a lot of access there. So I know I'm extremely biased to say this because I'm a Buddhist monk, but I really do think, even totally from a secular point of view, and as non-biased as I can be, that there is this value there, and Buddhism is a good starting point to get on this journey.
Yeah, thank you for the details. Can I ask you one more quick question?
You're here, so go ahead and ask.
Yeah. So some time ago you mentioned 2 points like this body and then mind came. So I know this body is part of the cycle. So you also really you meant is it this is the mind also part of the cycle? Mind came birth. We are in. You mentioned we are in.
I think we're going to. I think we're going to continue on with some other questions, but the main point is that the mind is most important, but the mind is not our thoughts. We can call it this quality of awareness, okay? And the mind is aware of the body, almost like supporting the body for everything to work together, for everything to collaborate, to connect together. And so showing up here and listening with our heart, with our sincerity, our mind is showing up here. And this is much more profound than our body showing up in a particular place. So what's important is that we recognize the kind of mind actions, that is the kind of intentional actions that we are taking moment by moment. It doesn't matter if you're, and honestly, some of the modern Western social justice kind of expressions and pushes are have some of this within them. It doesn't matter if you're 900 pounds. You deserve compassion. You deserve acceptance. You deserve people to see that their biases about your appearance do not define you or to make you stuck to be unattractive or whatever. No, that it's a matter of the mind. So this whole situation is a matter of how we show up in our lives from our intentionality, not what we get in terms of pleasurable experiences. Okay, substantial? Thank you. Someone asking for recommendations. go to the comments of favorite color. I monk color. My monk colors are my favorite colors. And if you want to see some monk colors, it goes together with the comment question I'm about to answer. So No Chipmunk says, what are your recommendations for someone interested but very new, doesn't know much about Buddhism? Where would I begin to learn? So you can begin to learn by going to the comments. This is the most, like, this is not the best way to learn, whatever, but this is what I can say right now that's right at your fingertips. If you go to the comments of this live talk, the top comment should be a comment that I left. All right? So this is a resource post that has access points. A good one, there's a book recommendation. There's a Buddhist songs playlist. You want to listen to some Buddhist music? That's an easy way to step into this stuff. I'm live on YouTube right now. You can come and take a look at me. There's a Discord server, large active community of people on the path. You can come and ask questions. You can come and get supported and check out the resources that we have. There's an app you can download, the Plum Village app. What you can do is follow up with your intentionality. Check out that resource post, that comment. If you can't find it, if you can't find anything that I'm talking about, just leave a comment and say, I'm looking for some resources. Can you share them with me? But the simple things that you can do is you can listen to meditation talks on YouTube. You can search for Buddhist guided meditation. Well, let's see. If you search for Buddhist guided meditation, let's see what comes up. Buddhist. I'm going to have to make that the name of my next live stream on YouTube. Yeah, so you can search for Buddhist guided meditation, and you're going to find some okay resources. But I would recommend you use the resource post, the comment that I made, and look into that and start there. Okay, there's a lot of good resources and direction and guidance there for you to take further steps on this path and to get more involved. Okay. All right, so we are going to go to Neredlos. Neredlos, do you have a question?
Yeah, I've actually formulated two since I joined, which I'm really intrigued in asking them. One of them starts like this. You talked about with someone about Western medicine and that you said Buddhism actually likes it. There's backing behind it. It works. It's good. You said that, right?
Go ahead. I'm right here with you.
Well, what are your thoughts on the whole pseudoscience part of everything? Like the crystals, the essential oils, trying to treat like disease and stuff. What are your thoughts on that?
I want to be generous here. Whatever people find to help them to calm, to help. Oh, sorry, I was muted here. I want to be generous in the way that I'm speaking about this. Whatever people find in their lives to help them have more peace, more happiness, more joy, that is wonderful. That is to be appreciated, okay? If someone can find a way in their lives to be happy, to be peaceful, to heal, to have a sense of community or joy or freedom, then that's wonderful, okay? We don't need to get up in people's business or be judgmental to people, especially when people are doing something from the intention to heal and bring a sense of meaning into their lives. That's good. That's great. Buddhism, as a way of practice, does not emphasize any kind of crystals or special fragrances or special powers or magical thinking or astral projection or anything like that. The heart of Buddhist practice, and now I'll say the heart of real, quote unquote, spiritual practice is virtue, is goodness. If you cannot be generous, If you cannot be involved in doing good deeds in your life, acting out from an intention to help, to bring benefit, to do good, then you are not a spiritual person, period. You are not involved in a spiritual practice, period. The heart of the spiritual practice is goodness, is virtue, is doing good deeds, and is generosity. That's the heart of it. When we do good, all right, everybody knows this. When you do bad, you feel bad. If people are spending their whole life doing unskillful activities that harm themselves or harm other people, or are just generally not skillful, not careful, don't have a sense of depth to them, then guess what? They don't feel good. People who are constantly chasing desire and running away from fear, if you don't do good, you won't feel good. If you do good, you will feel good. Okay, if you want to feel good, you need to do good. So what does feeling good mean? It means that we have a general stability and simplicity of mind. We have a flexibility of mind. We can be curious about things. We can take a step back from our reactivity, and we can respect our own curiosity, our own interest in certain things. We can be more contemplative, more sincere when we look into things, okay? So if you're all the time running around chasing your desire and running away from your fear, then you can't do that. You can't look into something. You can't even listen. You can't even read a comment. You know, you're interested in meditation, and then I say, you say you're interested in meditation, and then I say, okay, well, I left a comment. They're already 1,000 miles down the road. They're already lost. You couldn't even understand words or English. You can't even speak or be spoken to. You can't understand anything because you're just involved in reactivity and running around like an animal all the time. So how do we get to this state of goodness or this state of general skillfulness? We start to do good deeds. We start to get involved in generosity. And you can find that people who do good, people who are generous, people who have an active avenue in their lives for helping others, for doing meaningful activities that bring benefit to themselves or to others, they have an ability to kind of take a step back and consider this, consider that. Now, from this place of virtue, from this place of goodness, and the way I described it, it's at that point we can train the mind. It's at that point that we can develop concentration. We can develop deep relaxation. We can begin to investigate, to look into the nature of the mind. What do you think is looking into the nature of dirt, or an animal, or biology, or the atom, or atomic sciences, or a microchip? It's our mind. So what has a better capacity to train and investigate than the mind itself? This is what spiritual practice is really about. So from a platform of goodness, from a platform of ethics, and this is a big problem that a lot of us in the modern times, modern people, we don't have any reminder, we don't have any kind of interest in virtue in our lives. Generosity is meaningless. Being good is meaningless. It's superficial. It's for weak people. It's for confused people. I mean, sometimes when I bring up something like this, or compassion or kindness, people think that means to be submissive to someone. You know, they'll say, well, okay, you're talking about being compassionate, but, what about, I want to do things. I don't want to just be walked all over. I don't want to be abused, right? If I'm compassionate, then I'll be abused. No, it's not about being submissive to someone, to be compassionate, to be kind, to be gentle, to be sincere, to be generous. Generosity is not submissiveness. It's the opposite. Selfishness is submissiveness. We are submitting to our constant animalistic desire and fear and only focusing on ourselves. All right. That's arrogance. That's submissiveness. Okay. So that's a big issue that a lot of us have, modern people. We have no recognition of the importance of virtue, of goodness. And now it's being kind of, I don't know, I haven't thought onto this, but like the social justice, right? And people who are super focused, we need to change the world so that everything will be good. or people who are responding to that saying, you know, there's no such thing as good. Get out of here. I want to make money. I want to drive a truck. Get the heck out of, you know, this kind of ridiculous nonsense. You have to come back to the heart. You have to come back to the center of doing good deeds. What's on your plate? You can't eat what's not on your plate. You can't do good in the ecosphere of the mind world or the social world. You have to do good, you have to be good, and then you can share that goodness, you can share that peace with the world, with others, okay? And I support social justice. You know, I aspire to be an ally, but there also has to be a quality of depth to doing good. There has to be a quality of reality in your own body, in your own mind, of practicing generosity to help others, to share, to support day by day, moment by moment, being involved in doing good deeds. So, if we are involved in doing good deeds and living skillfully, then there's this platform on which we can consider things, we can question, we can contemplate, we can be open to not just jumping to our first assumption or our first judgment. We're not just completely superstitious all the time. So there's this platform that we get by being generous, by doing good deeds, etc. On this platform, we start to train the mind. Okay, now I can start to investigate the nature of my mind, the nature of my body. We don't take things at surface level. We start to practice meditation, mindfulness, detachment, seeing with detachment, seeing from a scientific point of view. Okay, investigating the breath, investigating the body, investigating the heart, investigating the mind through our awareness itself, through our questioning, investigatory capacity itself. We look into what's actually going on here. It's the antithesis of shallow thinking. We start to investigate the nature of our experience at this present moment. Now we can gain an insight, a wisdom about not just the content of the world or the content of the mind, but we can start to gain insight into the nature of how the mind functions. This is what real spirituality is about. This is what Buddhism is about. Okay. Thank you, Neredlos. I really appreciate your question.
Yeah, I do have two more, but if I have to, can I ask at least one more?
The important one.
The important one. So I just realized this, like before I started talking. If I had a goal, I spent my entire life doing it. I really wanted to do it. I really wanted to complete it. I spent my entire life doing it, and suddenly I finish it. If I never, in the end, truly desired it or expect it to work, what's the outcome? Do I feel happy? Do I feel accomplished? If I trained, it did everything, I feel it. If I expected it to not work and it did, what comes out of it? Do I feel happiness? Happiness? Did I complete it or not?
Okay. Joy, peace, contentment. Contentment is wealth. Craving for more than what you already have means that you'll always be in poverty. So, if you feel joy, face joy. If you feel suffering, face suffering. Don't focus on the effects from our actions with an expected result or our actions that lead to an unexpected result. Don't focus on the result. Don't focus on the effect. Come back to your intentionality at this present moment. Okay, this present moment is the home of birth and death. Where do you think you're going to die? Tomorrow, in the future? No, you die today. You die now. Where do you live? You think you lived in the past? You think you're going to live in the future? No, you live now. This is where it's at. This is where the heart beats. This is where the lungs breathe. Connect with it. Start to get involved, all right? The heart is not a superficial matter. The breath is not a superficial matter, okay? It's more important than your thinking. It's more important than your story. It's more important than what you believe. Do you understand that? So we give our attention to what is essential, and we release our constant fixation, our constant fetishization on that which is not essential and that which is shallow. Okay? You desire something, that's fine. You fear something, that's fine. Come back home to the breath. Come back home to the heart. Come back home to the body. Look into it. Find out about it. Breathe and be with the body, be with the mind, and, let's grow and learn together. Okay, Neredlos?
I think I get it. So focus on the intention, not the result, right?
Yes. Focus on the intention, not the result. And focus on the action coming from that good intention, not the result. Okay?
Yeah, I think you get it. Thanks.
Okay, Emily, do you have a question? Hello, Emily, are you there? You have to unmute. All right, let's go to Ruari. What's up, Ruari?
Yes, mate. How you doing? Namaste.
I'm doing good.
Wicked. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this, mate. I'm really enjoying the answers that you're giving. As I'm listening to it, I'm feeling a sense of humbleness within myself. In fact, there's a couple of things I'm going to do after this chat based solely on how I'm feeling to do with this. And that's why I wanted to open this to share with you my favourite koan, my favourite Zen short story, if you'd like to listen.
We're all ready. We're all ready to listen. Go ahead.
Okay, so in an unknown time, in an unknown Asian country, there was a Zen school. And in the school, it was led by the teacher that had the best perception of the teachings as it was commonplace. And one of the younger men, who was also quite well versed and considered well schooled in the thoughts, he was called into the old master's study one night, and he goes in there and he sits down and he puts his brolly by the side of the shoe rack and he sits down and he says, "Yes, master, is there anything I can help you with?" And he says, "Well, it's something I can help you with, actually." He says, "I'm going to die soon. I can sense it coming. It's going to be a very short amount of time until I'm dead. And I believe that you have the best understanding of the teachings that I'm trying to translate here out of any of the students. So I would like you to take the mantle, essentially. I'd like you to take it up and carry on where I leave off." Obviously, as you probably know, in a Zen school, it's not a massive ceremony. There's no ceremony. Things just subtly slide on to the next manifestation, as it were. And so the younger man says, "That's brilliant." He says, "I really honestly believe that I've learned so much from you, and I will gladly take this on." And the old master says, "Well, I've got something for you. I've got a bit of a surprise for you." So he pulls his book out and he lays it down. He says, "Here, within these texts are the last 7 teachers before me and my teachings, all the most important points that we've written down through our meandering journeys learning Zen, and I'd like to pass that on to you." But the younger man says, "Well, to be honest with you, master," he says, "from your direct teachings of Zen, I feel like I understand much better than anything written down from any previous time." And he says, I think I feel like I should go with that." And the master says, What? No, what do you mean? Here you are." And he thrusts the book into the young man's hands. And before even thinking about it, the young man throws the book into the fire. And the old master says, "What are you doing?" And the young man says, "What are you saying?" And that's that.
So, my friend, are we going to see you over in that Discord server?
Me?
Yeah, of course.
I'm not on Discord.
Well, you set it up. Come on. We want to hear more of those koans, all right? It's an app you can put on your phone, you can put on your computer. Come and share some koans, whatever, you got to show up, got to get involved, right? So would love to have you over there.
I'm up for it, my friend. I'm
All
up for
right.
it. How you know when you get a question like I forget the guy's name, but he said he felt like he was being taken advantage of at work. My initial reaction was to get upset for him, get defensive, and then listen to how you spoke to him. It was like, oh no, come on, actually, yeah, don't even play that. Don't even play the game, even if you're being took advantage of. How do you deal with that? Like, what should I say? What have you done to deal with that emotional journey from empathizing, or even if it's your own situation, feeling something, and then ultimately or initially, should I say, you just bang straight to the humbleness, straight to the back on the path. I'm assuming is practice, is it? Practice makes perfect.
Well, it's developing relationship, familiarity with certain way of mind, certain way of being and sharing. So, but if you only stay locked into your usual way of being and your usual way of relating to people, then that's what you're going to be familiar with. If you're used to worshiping the food that you eat, if you're used to worshiping your desire, if you're used to worshiping, some general idea that you are attached to that you don't want to happen or don't want to experience, then that's what you're familiar with. That's what you have a relationship with. But if you can abandon that and focus on and experience this way of abandoning, then you can develop a familiarity with that and you can share that with other people as it relates to any situation. The truth is that, what I kind of alluded to is that people have gone throughout history, people have gone their whole lives enslaved. People have gone their whole life, and even now, all over the world, there's all kinds of exploitation going on that's far greater than what me or you, two blokes, when it comes down to it, can imagine. Far greater. So in that case, it's not about our ego. It's not about better or worse. It's about finding a way to abandon our ego and step into reality. That's where we have a position and a place and an opportunity to help and to bring benefit, to learn and to grow. And that doesn't exclude these people who are being taken advantage of. And it doesn't pump up our own blokeness or our own privilege. But in fact, we're willing to abandon our privilege as well. And we're willing to step into reality and not, because you can use your privilege to appropriate someone else's experience. And now you are bringing a sense of shallowness to someone else's poverty or someone else's exploitation that's totally inappropriate, totally off the mark. So the way to get around all that is to step into reality itself, to step into life itself at this moment. And the starting point for that is, sure, lovely koans like that are fine, but as the guy that you like, said, you throw that as a really wonderful koan. I really appreciate you coming up and sharing that. It's a special kind of sweetness that we can appreciate together. What do you say?
What you doing?
Oh, right, it's beautiful. It's a certain kind of beauty. So to go there, you have to throw the book into the fire, period. This is the tough stuff. Throw your story into the fire. Throw your thoughts about yourself and other people into the fire. Throw it down a hole. It's garbage. It's trash. It's to be, maybe not to say garbage or trash. It is that which is to be burnt. It is that which is to be engulfed in the fire of your mindfulness, detachment, doing good deeds, okay? And this is what needs to be emphasized. Mindfulness, to be aware of what's happening in the present moment, explicitly and especially your body, your heart. And, people who are not familiar with this way of saying things or way of understanding, when you hear something like that, you might think it's this, like I'm talking about something else, or that there's, that it's like it's foreign, and it's strange that it's foreign. Be aware of your breath right now. Focus on your breath right now. Focus on your body right now. Focus on your foot right now. Focus on your eyes right now. focus on your ears right now. You want to know about the truth of all reality. You want to know about something that's more meaningful and deeper and more profound and more rich and more impactful and more relevant than the stories that you tell yourself or the movies that are totally deceive you and are totally fraudulent and fake. These celebrities and these people that we worship and are deceived by, and their stories and the movies, it's not that stuff, deception is not evil or inherently wrong, but when you watch these movies and you watch these TV shows and you are taken in, you're taken in by this story, and in the worst case, we look to those celebrities as like the most human, the most real that we can be. That's why we're deceived by it, isn't it? Because the way that they're carrying themselves, we feel somehow, we feel deep down is like the most realistic, the most authentic. Well, guess what? It's the most fraudulent. And when you look at something like James Bond is a good example. James Bond is a fraud. What's that guy's name? You've got to know his name, Rory. You're a bloke. Daniel Craig. Daniel Craig, right? Daniel Craig is a fraud. Now, Daniel Craig is a fraud. We have to learn to. Will Smith is a fraud. Okay? These people are frauds. Now, this isn't a New World Order conspiracy theory. This isn't about Jewish people or flat earth or something like that. It's about the way that we see people, the way that we fall into this kind of trance of believing in actors in a movie portraying a story is fraudulent. It's not real. It's not authentic. Okay? These movies are not real. They're produced. They're directed. They are controlled. They are scripted. This is not authenticity. It's actually the antithesis of authenticity. And yet we're so deceived by it. We're so easily taken in by it. Okay, I'm a Buddhist monk. Come on, James Bond, Daniel Craig, James Bond, come on. But so what we need to understand is that the solution to a lot of our problems is not finding some tool or some stick to walk around in the dark with, but it's turning on the light. And to turn on the light, you first need to realize that you're in the dark. You first need to realize that you don't know what's going on. Huh? You don't know where you are. You don't know what's happening. How could you? It's too vast. The universe is too vast. This jewel of our experience is too multifaceted. It's too subtle. It's too multidimensional. So many aspects. So from this place of not knowing, we step into intimacy and we step into investigation. How do we do that? Will's Myth. Riverflow on YouTube just said Will's Myth. It's the real, this is the Aki way. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. This is the Aki way. Okay? Will's Myth. Daniel Crack in the armor of that James Bond film, of that expression. Okay? It's not real. It's not authentic. So the process of getting involved with this, as I was saying, starts at virtue, starts at doing good deeds. So you don't need to understand anything. You just need to start doing good deeds, like an ox. Okay, and you need to support your ox, encourage your ox, find conditions, find avenues to do good deeds with your ox, with this body, okay?
That's so funny. It's so funny that you pulled the animal ox out of the bag there, because as I was listening to this, I was thinking about paradoxically, the book of Cohen's that I was listening to, that I was reading years ago, where I pulled that one out, and there was this kind of a concurrence of 10 short stories all about this ox, and I remember not quite grasping it before, but now you're talking, I feel like I'm getting a bit more of a better handle on that. And it's funny because that question's now just been answered just from the conversation. It's brilliant. Yeah, everything you're saying is resonating big time. I really appreciate it, mate. I appreciate everything you're doing for everyone. That's what I thought I'd chuck my 50 pence piece in.
Well, I appreciate your generosity. And so the whole matter of this here is to look into, investigate, be with your heart, your breath, your body, your mind. You don't need to go further than that. go and take a nice hot bath, turn off the lights, get it as dark as you can, sit in the bathtub, focus on your breath, focus on your body, and relax, release this story, this belief about yourself, about the world, and just be, just experience. That's the practice. Okay?
I will do that, my friend. Thank you.
All right, Rory, I hope to see you on the Discord, and who knows? Maybe we can do a podcast together sometime.
Brilliant. Fully down.
Talk about koans together.
Yeah, okay.
We'll see what happens. All right.
That sounds great. I'll download
Okay.
Discord and I'll give you a shout on it. Is it?
All right.
What do I get you on? I'm assuming everyone's got like usernames and that. What shall I get you on?
No. Just go to. You'll see. I'm Bante Varapano, but you'll see. Just go onto Discord. Discord's like the most advanced chat room. Advanced chat room. So go on there and click around, read everything, and you'll see me. You'll see Bante Warapano. And also, you can send me a message here on Reddit. And in that resource post, there should be the top comment. Everybody here can go to the comments of this and see it. My Facebook is there, and the Discord link's there. You can connect. All right?
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, mate.
Namaste, brother.
All right. Namaste. Okay, Emily, are you there? All right. How about O Remor? O Remor, do you have a question?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I have to mention my bathtub because you did. It's kind of a long story, but
Well, let's shorten it. Let's keep it short. Let's keep it pretty short, okay?
so I agree with a lot of the values you have, and well, pretty much everything you said. I feel like I've gone to those conclusions, but I've always been skeptical of joining a religion. That said, I find Buddhism one of the most agreeable ones, but does Buddhism equal to celibacy and sobriety in a way of life, or can you just live like I had a lot of anxiety, and I've gone through a lot of stuff that I didn't like, and how I kind of got over it was by forgiveness. I forgave everyone. I forgave myself, and it took me over a week of saying out loud, I forgive this person. People that I didn't even know why I had to forgive, I forgave them. And I try. So my father died. He was an architect.
Well, let me answer some of these points that have come up so far. Okay, because we're not going to be able to really get to know each other in this short period of time. What I can say is that you don't need to find a religion. You need to find an avenue, a way of living a meaningful life. And living a meaningful life means that you are showing up to your life regularly in this way of generosity and doing good deeds. It doesn't need to be a religion. You can find the religion of reaching out to a soup kitchen in your area and doing your best to show up and to practice and to offer your time, your body in that situation. You can get into the religion of not taking yourself for granted, not beating up on yourself, not being rough on yourself, not seeing yourself as this kind of low victim and unpleasant experiencer in the universe, but in fact, seeing yourself, seeing your body right now as this opportunity to cultivate joy, cultivate peace, cultivate happiness, to get involved in a meaningful way in your life inside, to do good deeds inside. If you keep hurting yourself, if you keep reminiscing about the past, if you keep trying to think yourself through this situation, it's not going to work. Maybe it will work if you go to a therapist or go to a psychologist or something like that. They can support you, they can help you. But from my point of view, the greatest religion that we can get involved with, and I encourage everyone to become a part of this religion, is finding a way to practice doing good deeds, to practice generosity, to practice helping. This gives us a meaningful life. This gives us a life that is worth living, not focusing on ourselves more, either our negative sides or our positive sides, not feeding ourselves more, materially or mentally, but offering ourselves more, sharing what we already have more, practicing like this. You can spend $1 million and 1,000 hours reminiscing, talking about your problem, your story, your issue, why you are the way that you are right now. And with the right people and the right conditions, that can be really helpful. But I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a therapist. I'm not trained to work through things like that. If you can just face for a moment, not just your thoughts, not just your beliefs about your past and your future and what you want and what you're afraid of, but your heart, your breath, your body, this moment that is not stuck, not trapped in any way, but is exactly as it is right now. You might find that there's a you that you aren't giving much attention to, that you are completely discarding, completely forgetting about. Okay? And that is this present moment experiencing. There's no way of healing that I can offer to anyone here. It's an invitation to get involved in the way. It's an invitation to take a step back from thinking, believing, superstition, reminiscing, looking into the future, looking into the past. Find a way to share what you already have, to help what you already have, to bring benefit. What do you think? Are you there, Remor? You need to unmute.
Oh, sorry. So basically, before I was a teenager, my father told me that I shouldn't expect an inheritance or anything, because that's how he grew up, and that was that. So that's how I lived my life. And 2 years ago, he died. When he died, my brother was out of the country. His wife, now wife, was also out of the country. I had to call him. I had to plan the funeral the same night. Um, and I inherited a big property with a bunch of tenants, and I have now all this things attached to me that I don't really want, and
Yeah.
I have the option to give it to my brother if I die. That's I'm in my mid-20s and I've already have a will. Um, Now I have all this responsibility. I have 14 tenants where I live, and I've been told by my cousins are like really business oriented and helping me and my brother. So my father and my cousin have both said, don't look at them as friends, look at them as like the people that you're.
So this is where I come in. All right. I'm liking what you're saying.
So what we try to do is like we try to offer the cheapest rent to like people that are not locals, and we have a very diverse like community. We have chickens, we collect water, but I still kind of feel trapped. I feel like now I don't have to do anything to, like, my day is like feeding the chickens, watering
Yes.
plants, and then doing whatever I want to do.
Yes.
I don't feel like the need to do anything else, and that seems to be frowned upon. But I believe I got over my depression by thinking, well, nothing really matters, and what only matters is making myself happy without hurting others, honestly. And I will live my life how I want to, and always without hurting others, because that's just something I don't like at all. And
Okay. So let me stop you right there. Let me step in and stop you right here at this moment. You are either in the business of cultivating joy and happiness and peace. You're either living a good life, a peaceful life, a happy life, a fulfilled life, or you're not. You don't need a telescope. You don't need a microscope to know about that. You're either happy and at peace and living in a way that brings joy and freedom into your life, or you're not, period. Okay? You don't need tools to know about that. You don't need to think your way through that. What's going on? You check in, you'll find out. All right? Doing the bare minimum is never going to work out. The more wealthy that you are, the more you need to give, period. Oh, I'm doing a favor for these people. You're not doing nothing for these people. You're doing what you should do. And you need to do more of what you should do. And that is to be generous. That is to offer. That is to share. Not because you need to. Not because it's going to help someone else in a particular way. Okay, what helps other people in a particular way has nothing to do with you at all. Okay, you're not a hero. You're not a saint. You're not a savior because you give somebody a discount. Now, I'm not saying this to tear you down. It's about the principles of the mind itself and what generosity does. Okay, the more you have, the more you get, the more you need to give. The more wealthy you are, the more you need to give up, you need to let go of. The more you have, the more crowded your room is, the more that you have to give up. Not you need to find a space to put more things so you can keep more things. Okay? So this is the practice of generosity, letting go, giving up. The more we can give, the more space, freedom, joy, peace, happiness we can get. Yes, there are real effects that come about when we give, when we share, when we are generous, but that's not the point. The point is to let go, to give up, and to give up without a limit. So if you have more wealth, you need to give more. This is a way to live a meaningful life, a joyful life, a peaceful life. Do you have a question, Ramor, a specific question that you want to ask at this point? I'm happy to hear it. You have to unmute.
so I've been thinking about leaving this place and going into another community of squatters, which I frequent and they're friends, and like bring them some of the chickens by rooster to make like stuff, like to make eggs, because that's pretty much my diet right now. Do you think I should give all of this up? Like,
no,
legally,
no, Remor. It's not about a story answer. There's not a story answer to this. It's about a way of showing up to your life where you already are in a way that makes you free. It's not about a story answer. You're talking about rejecting something. You're not talking about letting go of something. You understand that? So rejecting something is never going to solve the problem. It's just another form of trying to hold on to it. It's okay. You're either squeezing a hold of what you have or you're throwing it against the wall, or throwing it away. Both of these are going to cause suffering and going to cause a problem and not going to help. Okay? You need to realize that you don't own anything. You don't control anything. You just happen to find yourself in a certain situation at this certain time. This is from the Buddhist point of view. Okay? So the answer is not to reject what you have, but it's also not to try and hold on and trap yourself into what you have. It is to use what you have to be generous. You need to do more acts of generosity. That's what I recommend. Use what you have to be generous. And listen, you do an act and you close. You begin and close. You're not going to spend your whole life pretending that you're someone else or that you're responsible for other people. Playing this narrative, this game in your mind about this group of people over there and I'm taking care of them and I'm involved with this. You don't know who other people are. You barely know who yourself is. Okay? So from where you are right now, which is mostly a heart, a body, there's some mind there, but it's more about awareness, okay? Use what you have to help, to bring benefit, period. There's no chickens and squatters involved. It's to use what you have to help, okay? If you want to give them a chicken from the farm. If you want to give them eggs, go to the grocery store, give them some eggs, finished. It is to act. It is the act of generosity. It is the act of letting go. It is the act of giving up. It is the act of doing good deeds, not getting involved in a story that's going to make your life be happy and peaceful and free. There's no story that's going to give us freedom. There's no words and phrases that are going to emancipate us, liberate us from the trap that we've worked ourselves into. Okay? It is the action of giving up, letting go, sharing. So that's what I recommend you do. Use what you have to share, to help, to bring benefit, but don't focus on the effect. And especially don't focus on the whole story. I mean, it's really a nightmare. Just try to give, try to share, moment by moment, breath by breath. You might feel that you have all this things that you own. No, you don't own anything. Your body, your mind, your heart, your breath, your eyes, your ears, your nose, right here at this present moment. That's what's going on. So from this present moment, from your, go and take a bath in the dark and focus on your breath, focus on your body, feel your body in the bathtub, feel the warmth. Okay, experience it, get those lights off. Those thoughts come up, those stories come up, throw them down a hole. It's enough. That's not what we're involved with. We're taking a bath. Throw those thoughts, those stories down the hole. What does that mean? Come back to the breath, come back to the heart, come back to your body. You're just sitting in a bathtub. There's no real flat earth conspiracy theory going on. There's no tenant squatter chicken conspiracy going on. You're in the bathtub for Buddha's sake. Really, actually. You're in the bathtub for Buddha's sake. So take a bath, breathe and be aware, find your center, find your body, and from that place, do acts of generosity. More and more and more. Do good deeds more and more and more and more. Okay? Is it enough? You have to unmute.
Oh, sorry, it mutes automatically. So to clear up the thing about the bath is I had a really bad water heater.
Oh.
And when my father died, my parents were divorced, and I invited my mother to live with me. So I'm living with my mother, and the bathtub is in the hallway right in front of the bathroom, and on the other side it's a window. So that's why we haven't really used it, but now we changed the water heater.
Don't worry. I've got the answer.
Yeah.
Put a curtain there. Get some pin tacks, put a curtain there, enjoy it, all right? Thank you.
Tonight. I appreciate a lot.
I appreciate you too. I appreciate you too.
I'm sorry if I'm a little bit shaky. My anxiety just came back.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. We don't have to be anxious about anxiety. It's okay. 100%. It's all right. If you like to talk more sometime, you just send me a message here on Reddit or
I joined on Discord.
You join the Discord. Wonderful. Come and meditate with us, all right?
Discord is the best. the
Okay.
messaging group chats.
That's right. Okay, Remor. I'm happy to meet you. Yes, sir. Or yes. I don't know if you're. I don't know what you're.
Identify as I guess.
Great. Perfect.
I never really thought of it.
All right. I'll see you over on Discord, Remor.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Enjoy your anxiety. Enjoy your breath. Enjoy your body. Relax. You know, we enjoy what we experience. So we are still here at this present moment. I am still Bhante Warapanyo, a 29-year-old American Buddhist monk. I've been a monk for 4 years. I've been practicing meditation and Buddhism, been a Buddhist for about 10 years. This is a live Q&A. This is an opportunity for people to ask questions and get advice from a real Buddhist monk, an American Buddhist monk. I'm not a psychologist or a therapist or enlightened being, but I am a Buddhist monk, and this is your opportunity to ask questions, and I'll try to give some helpful advice. Keeping that in mind, I am also live on YouTube, so if you would like to see the voice that you are hearing, you can go to the comments of this live talk, and you can click that link and join. You can see me live on YouTube. I also am running currently the most active meditation community on Discord. Okay, every day, twice a day, most days, we're meeting together, 20, 30, 40 people to meditate together, to look at Zen teachings, Buddhist teachings. It's not a religious group, but it is a intentional community of well-minded people on the path of working to transform their suffering, okay, to peace, to happiness. We'd love to have you over on Discord. In the top comment of this live talk, there's more resources, support, information that you can use to get involved in your path. A big one I'd like to share is that I'm not selling anything. I don't, I don't do anything for any kind of monetary gain at all. That's my life as a monk, is that I don't do anything to make money. So this is all an invitation for you to get more involved in meditation, in transforming suffering, in becoming more based, more chill, learning how to do it the Aki way. This is an invitation, okay? I'm not the best person in the world. I'm not the best meditation teacher. I'm not the best monk, but I'm the monk that you got, okay? So we have to start from here. So there's an app you can use. Also, there's a Plum Village app. It's all in the comments, the top comment of this live talk. I highly recommend the Buddhist Peace Songs playlist. It doesn't, even if you're a bloke, even if you're a mate, even if you're a roadman, especially if you're a roadman, Rari, Buddhist Peace Songs playlist. This is awesome Buddhist music, and it can affect the mind in a light and wonderful and sweet way. And I highly recommend that people take advantage of that and utilize that. Listen to that. Okay? Plum Village playlist. Okay, and I want to thank everyone for being here. This can't be a Q&A without the questions that people here are asking, and I appreciate all of you to take the time to share your attention and your presence in this space. And I'm thankful to be here with everyone. Okay. So we'll now bring up Viniko, Busted Buddha, Berg, John, Preparation, Squawk, Numerous, and Rizzy. So let's start with Busted Buddha. Do you have a question?
I gotta unmute all the steps of my mute. How's it going? Yeah, and actually, my question goes into a cone, and it's all on the top. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
It's a short cone, and it goes to the topic of attachment, which seems to be at the bottom of so much of what's coming up. Also, I love this as a method of practice. The Bodhidharma is climbing a mountain. I don't know if it's over the Himalayas or up to the Shaolin Temple, and he's traveling with a monk who's carrying a big, heavy icon of the Buddha, and a terrible storm rolls in. And the Bodhidharma turns and he says, "Give me that icon." And the monk's like, "Why?" I need to break it up and start a fire. But this is an icon of the Buddha. Truly, if this is of the Buddha, the fumes from this fire will bring us enlightenment. And of course, they light the fire, they survive, they continue on their journey. um, my question that I had posted earlier, but I kind of feel like hearing everyone, the topic of just attachment is very important. Is how, as a monk, do you justify the idea that you don't become attached to what is, not justify, do you make that fit with the idea of monastic practice of maintaining traditions over such a long period of time? That's always seemed like a conflict to me, and it's something I've always wanted to just like hear out from someone who is a practicing monk.
So with thank you for your question. So with training and with wisdom comes empowerment. And with empowerment, the actions that we take can come from a place of non-attachment, but still have a reverberation in the world that sticks. Okay, so the great wisdom of the Zen masters or Bodhidharma is totally founded on detachment, wisdom. You know, this special seeing, this vipassana meditation, special seeing, seeing with detachment. And it's possible to act out of detachment, and for the effects of that to stay around because they're coming from a place that is in accord with the truth. The forms that have been maintained are, I mean, you can really get into an appreciation of it. We were talking earlier about, you know, this Buddhism started in India, and then, you know, Buddhism began to become a very powerful, and then Hinduism kind of pushed back on it a little bit. Apparently, the first ever university was a Buddhist university and library in India. And then, you know, there's this invasion and things, you know, kind of spread out and went different ways. So you can, you know, you can feel as deeply about it as you like, but the matter of the fact is that the Buddhist forms, the monk society, the monk life is all about giving people support to wake up, to find the deepest of truths, to transform all their suffering, to go the full way. And that having that explicit purpose, it would make sense that realized beings, realized monks, what have you, would maintain these forms not out of attachment to them, but as a way of skillfully using what is available. So we can call this using only, experiencing only. This is the highest level of interacting with these kinds of forms, actions, doing thing for a particular effect, but experiencing only, using with detachment, using with wisdom. So in that way, it makes sense that this would be maintained. And from my understanding, one of the original classes that was established. So once human beings stopped wandering around and being in tribes, right? Wandering nomadic tribes, that was the beginning of agriculture, right? We started farms and stuff. And so the population just exploded, and there was, why did it explode? There were extra resources, right? So some classes started to develop in those societies that weren't totally about like material control in some way. Like it wasn't about being a carpenter or being a farmer, but maybe being an artist, for example. This artist class developed. And so when we were hunter gatherers, I mean, this is my feeling about it, my idea about it. Sure, people were maybe writing on the wall or made a sculpture of something they saw, etc. But it wasn't a class. It wasn't, and there's only a few of us wandering around in different tribes and stuff. So once this excess resource was there, these certain classes came about. One was like artist class, right? Because everyone didn't have to farm, everyone didn't have to struggle and work for food. There was extra. So these groups developed. Artist class, royalty class. So I don't know how all that went down. Maybe these were the big, strong guys and they started to push out their big, strong to whatever. I mean, but this royalty, kings and queens and leaders and things like that.
Authority is just violence. Pardon, I had to throw out the propaganda.
Sure. Authority is just violence. That's okay. And then the priest class or the monk class, the renunciate class, the spiritualist class. And so from that beginning, and at least we can say that for India, there's maybe other things I'm not aware of, but for India, this original class of renunciates, home leavers, the most established and fixed and continuous and successful outside of India in the whole world is Buddhism, these Buddhist monks, these Buddhist renunciates coming from the Buddha. So even though there's a great detachment and a great wisdom and a great understanding of selflessness and impermanence, there's also a great compassion. And that great compassion wants to offer form for the path of enlightenment. And that's what these traditions offer. But if you practice them only according to rites and rituals and only according to your attachment, then that's not the Aki way, right? That's not the real way. That's not the OG way. That's kind of surface level. So that's what I can share about that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go now to, and Buddha, would love to have you over on the Discord as well. Very welcome. So let's go now to Squawky Day.
Howdy. I wanted to just give my sincerest thanks. I've been learning a lot and really important questions being explored and answered. So in my own life, I will say that I've practiced meditation in various forms, loving kindness, mindfulness meditation, that sort of thing. And I've found great utility in it. I'm studying to be a psychologist right now in school, and there's a whole lot of overlap in all kinds of ways. And what I notice is that in my relationships in society, I'm very involved in college and in my community, the politics and other things that I like to do. I'm very good at sitting and waiting and knowing when to speak. And I find that in my relationship with my girlfriend that I've been with for 2.5 years, and love her to death, I can be a little more reactionary in that I feel like because I feel I can be more vulnerable with her, and I would say that like in my familial relationships as well. I'm very open with my parents. With people where there's that extra level of trust, I feel like I could sit more. And I don't know if it's just because I get excited or like how that translates or like why it is. I suppose it's easier to be more mindful in some situations than in others. I mean, there's all kinds of variables, but any insight on that phenomena would be greatly appreciated. I can be more specific if you'd like me to be more specific.
No, it's okay. So a big part of the path is not like through our force or our control that we find, I'm mindful all the time or I'm in control of my mind all the time. Or like, okay, I'm going to do good deeds continuously now because I want to. But a lot of it is about finding and moving towards good conditions for your practice, good conditions for your development. So if we don't, and this also goes to Busted Buddha's question before, and if I'm off the mark here in how I'm answering, you just let me know. To practice and to go deeper and to heal and to develop the mind, to enlighten the mind, what have you, we have to have certain requisites. We have to have shelter. Okay, we have to have a cloth to cover our body. We have to have food to eat as a medicine. We have to have these kinds of things so that we can continue on our path in a skillful way. If we don't have these things, then we're not able to practice. We're not able to wake up. We're not able to face that suffering and evolve and develop from it. Okay. And so it's the same. The same is true not necessarily with becoming enlightened or going all the way on the spiritual path, but just to have happiness and peace in our lives, we have to go towards certain causes and conditions. We have to go towards certain situations that are conducive and supportive for us to develop, to heal, to grow. And when we find ourselves in those situations, you can spend all the energy you want thinking about, I'm not always going to be in this situation, or I was in a much worse off situation in the past. And like, well, I got to recognize that. I got to accept that. I'm not actually who I want to be, or I'm not completely whatever. Or you can really take advantage of those moments, really dive in, really face, really be with this good condition, this good opportunity to show up wholeheartedly, completely, fully, and walk the path. You know, do good, generate your intentionality, generate your mindfulness, your awareness of the heart, the body, the breath. Lean in fully to those good conditions and take full advantage of them in terms of following through with your good intention. Don't worry about the other situation, the possible situation, etc. Just take full advantage of the good conditions that you have right now. And that's going to put you in a position not only to have more good conditions moving forward, but also that in the future you will be more able to deal with those difficulties, those not ideal situations, because you've taken advantage of the good conditions to go deeper, to open the heart, to find the breath, to find your wisdom, your deeper understanding, your skillfulness, and to develop a familiarity with that, so that when you find yourselves in those strange situations with those strange people, you don't just have a familiarity with being kind of lost and confused. You have a familiarity with being good and having a good intention and being supported and being cared for, being loved and being accepted. And so then, you can be flexible in those other situations and environments. An example for me is that, I've got a bald head. I don't have eyebrows. I'm about 6 foot. So, and I'm wearing a Buddhist monk's robe wherever I go. All right. So if I'm in America and I'm going to the grocery store or the mall or just going for a walk outside, okay, I'm going to stick out like a sore thumb. People are going to look at me. People are going to I'm going to be a strange person. There's no such thing as a monk in Western society in America. There's like, okay, that's a monk, but more so, what the heck's going on there, So how can I carry myself with peace and wisdom and sincerity and not be, I'm a strange person in a strange situation, although that's definitely the case, so that when I'm in Asia, when I'm in Thailand or Myanmar, I'm recognized and loved and cared for and supported and seen as a sincere practitioner on the path. So I can bring that with me to those difficult situations, those strange environments, and I can embody that familiarity that I have with good conditions and taking advantage of them to practice, to show up.
Excellent. Excellent. I think you hit it dead on. I think that really the root of what I was trying to say that I came, what I've realized, I guess, after what you just said is that I probably have not been taking responsibility for paying attention with people I know will love me because they do. And I think that with other people, especially if you're trying to be a practitioner, like a living practitioner, and that's something I've, through reading like the Dhammapada and other like forums on Buddhism that I've come to notice is that, a lot of it's totally what you're doing. So I find that I go out of my way to be kinder to people that I think don't know, they don't expect it, I guess. And then when I should be especially kind to people that expect it from me, I should probably just work on that a little bit. So anyways, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and when we do become a practitioner and when we do invest in our wisdom and in our detachment, that's also a way that we can share with other people. Okay? Sometimes people need, if you have that loving kindness, that energy of care and compassion, then you can be creative in the way you express yourself. You know, it's not just, oh, I need to be a kind person in this particular way, but that kindness is really your willingness to show up to your own life fully and to share that when it makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, I can still be a jerk too. I'm not a perfect being at all. You know, I was. It is interesting though. I think I should be a little more creative. I find, and then the idea behind non-attachment. You know, I found that I used to think, you know, like how do you love somebody if you're not supposed to be attached to them? And I, you know, just learning that, like, giving people their own space to kind of experience things and not like immediately react to it, I think is a very difficult thing, and is a difficult thing just for me because it's not very human, I suppose. But you can still be non-attached, but then loving at the same time. But like finding the balance between those things, especially like with a Western mindset, I think is very hard. You know.
It can be, and I like to think of it this way. If you care about something, you should hold it gently. And you should also hold it with wisdom. So that is that you hold this person, this situation that's precious and important to you gently and sincerely, but also you hold it with wisdom. You recognize that that person is fundamentally impermanent. That object, that environment is fundamentally impermanent, always changing. That experience is impermanent and always changing. So hold it gently and hold it with wisdom. Okay?
Thank you, Bante.
Thank you, Squawk. You're invited to the Discord, okay?
I've already joined up.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll go now to Berg. Berg, the voice.
I appreciate being here, and thank you for taking my question. Kind of touching on what you just said, impermanence. That is an idea or a concept that makes me actually very uncomfortable, because I don't like the idea of, it's inevitable, but I've had a overlonging fear of death. People I care about, myself, I always contemplated the point of existence. If we are the universe experiencing itself, etc. But I think it's kind of a question of attachment. How can one take comfort in the idea of, like, my girlfriend will pass away, my things I care about, and holding it gently still, but I will inevitably lose all of that, no matter what. So my question is really, how can one take comfort in the idea of nothing is permanent? How can I stay grounded and feel okay with the fact that, you know, all my loved ones will pass away in my lifetime, until I eventually do, even with the unknowingness of what comes after death. How can I take comfort in that fact that, you know, I will inevitably lose everything I care about, you know, at the end of the day, you know?
Great. Thank you. So we should try to be mindful. We should try to understand that this impermanence that I'm speaking about, that we talk about in Buddhism, doesn't have anything to do with the story that you're talking about. Or that, you know, when I look at my life, there's a certain story, there's a certain expectation. It's inclusive of that, so it does apply to that, but it's not talking about that. It's not pointing to that. It is inclusive of that. It doesn't exclude what you're referring to, the way that you see it. It doesn't exclude that. But to understand impermanence more deeply, we look to the arising and passing away of phenomena at this moment. Okay, if you were to hold your hand up, for example, and rub your fingers together, hold your hand up and rub your fingers together, there's one sensation after another, one sensation after another, rising and passing away. Okay, think of that worst stomach ache that you ever had. I have a memory myself about I had a really bad stomach ache. It was when I was a kid. And then I prayed to Jesus to take away my stomach ache. And wouldn't you know it, that stomach ache was ran for the hills. So that experience was strong, but it's not going on right now. It's impermanent. We have a certain thought, certain idea. We see something, we hear something, we feel something. It arises, it comes into being, and then it passes away. And so life is constantly like this. There's an arising and passing away moment by moment of sights, sounds, smells, mental formations, perceptions that we have, identities that we get involved with in our lives, right? It comes up, right now I'm a monk answering questions, and then in a few moments, I'm not a monk answering questions, who knows? Well, maybe it's a bath time. We're going to I'm keeping my fingers crossed. So the point here is that the way that we think about death, birth and death, and like losing someone is not something we have to worry about, because that's not what we're actually experiencing. Okay? The impermanence that the Buddha talks about and birth and death that we are, it will come about. You will go through that and you'll learn from it, But the real experiencing of this arising and passing away is happening all the time. And that is the principle of how those things will play out. So you're not in a panic. You're not worried about, you see something and then you're not seeing that anymore. It's not strange. It's not scary. You don't have to worry about that. But this quality of impermanence is a mark of reality. And it's not something we need to be afraid of. It's something we should be curious about. It's something that we should really take up an interest in and a curiosity in, that moment by moment, I'm seeing something and I'm not seeing that anymore. Moment by moment, I'm hearing something and I'm not hearing that anymore. And when we apply that to our that kind of way of looking at reality, rather than emphasizing, or that overemphasizing the story, the appearances, right, that we build up into, we can also apply that to having a deeper understanding of who our loved ones are. Okay, who our girlfriend is, who our parent is, who our grandparent is, who our really important loved one is. They're not a sack of meat, sack of flesh. They never have been, they never will be. That's not why we love them. That's not why we feel empowered and supported by them. And we are not a sack of flesh or a sack of character traits and stories and words and phrases. But rather, it's much more poignant, it's much more true to say a cloud never dies. A cloud never dies, and you are just like a cloud. Your loved one is just like a cloud. They cannot die in the way that you think they can die, because they do not exist in the way that you think you close them down to exist. The cloud arises from the rain. The rain arises from the cloud. If you look in the right way, you can see the sun in a flower. If you look in the right way, you can see a flower in the sun. So this is the truth, and it's not only lovely and poetic, but it's also freeing and it's inviting. It invites us to not get stuck in the friction of life or the stories of life, but to appreciate life at this moment, to be curious about life at this moment, to hug, to share, to love in a more gentle, open-hearted, sincere way. And our loved ones are positions for contemplation and expression of our generosity and expression of our gratefulness and our joy and our peace. They're not to be fretted about, worried about. So look in the wise way. Look in the real way, the skillful way, and you'll find that there's nothing that you need to be worried about or confused about at this present moment.
So, should I look at impermanence with a sense of comfort, or really just have no emotion towards it? You know, like everything is always will be okay, but
No, you should be curious about not your idea of life, not your story of life, but life as it is unfolding right now. Your stress, your friction, your worry about it is because you're taking it to be what you think it is. You're taking this position of authority over reality and life and your experience. Get that out of here. Be curious about your body, your breath, your heart, your partner. Be curious about your partner. Be curious about your body, your partner's body. Okay? Be curious about the state of things right here, right now, in this present moment. And put down this, this overseer, this controller, this understander. Be curious, explore this moment, this experience, and be patient. It's okay to feel a little bit afraid. It's okay to be a little bit worried. You don't need to worry about worry. You don't need to be afraid of fear. You need to get curious. And you can practice that curiosity not just when you feel existential dread, but you can practice that curiosity when you are in a state of joy, peace, happiness, love with your partner. Sure, things are impermanent, but what we are experiencing now is a source of happiness, can be a source of happiness, joy, growth. So take the opportunity to grow and to enjoy and to be at peace. Don't overthink it. Overthinking is never going to do us any good.
thank you very much. I think you really put the nail on the head. Actually gave me a huge sense of comfort because I typically go through existential dread on a regular basis, even though I've been very spiritual and come to terms with things. But then I think maybe I don't have a handle on it. Maybe I'm wrong, you know. But I think your answer is very, very, very enlightening to me, and really gives me a sense of grounding and gratefulness for existence. So I really appreciate your time, and thank you for answering the question.
Oh, I appreciate your time, and I'm very happy to be here and be able to answer a question. Berg, of course, mandatory, invite you to the Discord, but the comment, the resource comment that I left in this live talk, check out that Buddhist peace songs playlist. That's good stuff. Anybody here, I really recommend that. And when we do close down, when we do bring this Q&A to a close, I'll play a few of these songs. But it's just, we need to, we get back what we do. Okay, we get back what we do, but also we have an opportunity to plant seeds in our mind and in our heart, and to water those seeds. And you need to eat the right stuff, and you need to eat the right fruit so that you can come about with the right seeds. And Ajahn Brahm, Thich Nhat Hanh, Sharon Salzberg, this Buddhist peace songs playlist, book recommendation, No Mud, No Lotus, The Art of Transforming Suffering, some of these guided meditations here. This is really powerful stuff. This is really good wisdom and nutriment, spiritual nutriment, really, to bring into your life. And if you know you need that, then, take it, use it. Don't be silly. Don't be ridiculous. If you can speak English and you're working to grow your wisdom and your compassion, and you're looking for some support, take advantage of these resources, these invitations. Ajahn Brahm, Thich Nhat Hanh, Sharon Salzberg. It's good stuff. Okay. So we're going to go now to John Crichton's cousin. Do you have a question, John?
Yes, I do. I wanted to lighten the topic a little maybe and talk about mind-expanding drugs. Is that something you'd like to get into?
Sure. Okay. Thank you, John. That's a good question. Okay. So mind-expanding drugs, you don't get an operation at the grocery store. Okay. You don't get an operation at the grocery store, and you don't work out. You don't do heavy physical training at the local daycare that you haven't been invited to. Okay, you don't go to the middle school and bring your dumbbells and your your heavy weights and things like that and start working out. It's not appropriate. In the same way, when it comes to something like a psychedelic, it's the right environment, it's the right place around the right people with the right support. And if you don't have that, you should be very careful and very wary about these substances, okay? So they can be used as a medicine, but they are not inherently in and of themselves medicinal. That's the same for any substance, okay? What that means is that there is some modern science that's looking at psychedelics and saying this can be used for therapy, this can be used for this can be used for that. If you're with your best good friend who's a wise person, and you're in an idealistic, natural environment, and you have supportive conditions to try something out, then it's possible that can be helpful, but it's not necessarily going to be helpful. Can psychedelics be used medicinally? Yes, they can. Even modern science is saying that. Are they inherently medicinal? Are they inherently spiritual? No. And they can cause instability of mind. The spiritual path, if you really want to wake up, if you want to become woke, if you want to become enlightened, if you want to have a special life, don't just try to get a special experience. Special experiences are best left for those people who can't control themselves. All right. If you have an ability to control yourself in some meaningful way, aspire to have a meaningful life, not a meaningful experience. To have a special life, not a special experience. So the spiritual path is all about a consistency in a way that we show up to life in a good way, in a skillful way, in a wholesome way, in a virtuous way. So prioritize finding a consistent way of showing up to your life skillfully, and don't give so much special importance to certain experiences.
Great. Could you perhaps comment on, you probably heard of the microdosing and sort of, living.
No, all that stuff is secondary. All that stuff is just, we're children, okay? We're children. We see something, we think that it might give us something, and we hyper focus on it. And then if we can get it and we find that it gives us some certain kind of stimulation, we fetishize it. All right? Don't fetishize meditation, don't fetishize Buddhism, don't fetishize microdosing, don't fetishize psychedelics, don't fetishize any of this. Try to be a good person. Try to live a good life. Try to do good deeds, okay? If microdosing or shoes help you to do good deeds and live a skillful life and be generous and be a good person and to train your mind, then use it. But that's where it stops. Using only, experiencing only. All right. There's nothing special about microdosing. There's nothing special about mushrooms or psychedelics or this or that. It's just something to be used only. It's just something to be experienced only. Okay. And if you can do like this, if you can use like this, then you can continuously grow and develop in not just experience, but in wisdom, in insight, in compassion, in freedom. Okay. So the more that you fetishize or get locked in on, oh, I need to take a psychedelic, or I need to microdose, or I need to go to the gym every day, you're trapping yourself. You're locking yourself in. Find freedom in the breath. Find freedom in the heart. Find freedom in the body. That's something you can take with you wherever you go until you can't. Okay?
Very lovely. And I guess my last would be, is there a comparable parallel between the ease of mind that you're encouraging through, self-mental practice and the place that psychedelics bring you? Because in my experience, the weightlessness and the feeling of being unshackled from the monkey mind, from the sober mind, and the survival cycle. Like I'm aware that it's not something like if you need it every day, then you aren't actually evolving at all, and it's you just living the drug. I recognize that.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Take medicine. If you are taking medicine, then take it. But just use it and don't fetishize it. And when you're not sick anymore, stop using it. And if you can find a way to heal that's not dependent on anything outside of yourself, then that's the best. Listen, there's no shortcut. Well, if I attach to this, then it helps me or whatever. No. You find freedom by detachment. You find freedom by stopping to chase. Okay? And you should use what's inside of you to do that, to learn about doing that. If there's a medicine that you're taking to help you do that, that's fine. Use it, but then don't use it. Okay? And understand that you're finding that through inside. You do the work inside. It's about turning inside. And the more that you attach to something outside that you need to use to turn inside, you're going to be lost. Okay? So if you're taking a medicine, you don't need to ask me about using Tylenol. Okay? I don't recommend anybody use Tylenol. Okay? It's acetaminophen is very strong for the liver, and it doesn't seem to have that much. I'm almost 30 years old, and if I have a headache or I have a pain in my body, I don't think about Tylenol. Doesn't seem to me to be any good, but take medicine if you need it, but learn about the medicine of letting go. Okay, John?
Yeah, absolutely. I hear that.
Thank you.
Just curious on what your approach was to that, because it's also kind of a selfish thing. I should be doing my own work, but when I look to others and how I could help them, I consider that it's difficult to bring myself or anyone else to the sort of state of mind to see beyond the now, like you're saying with people.
You
it's not the
can't bring
story,
anyone
it's not the
anywhere.
conflict you're in.
You can't bring
Right,
anyone
exactly.
anywhere.
Yeah, right. So I'm kind of off on the wrong step already, but
try to focus on the intention to do good deeds, to share, to bring benefit, not to bring someone anywhere. Okay? Your good intention is enough. Follow through with your good intention in a simple way to share, to be generous, to care, to love, to be gentle, to give your attention. Don't worry about giving LSD or whatever. Give your attention, give your sincerity, and that's enough. Okay, John?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Could I ask, have you done them yourself?
Sure, I've had psychedelic experiences. But it's, once again, it's this fetishization, this hyper focus on psychedelics. Psychedelics don't matter. Tylenol doesn't matter.
Right.
Psychedelics are not going to help
kick
you.
Off this from a perspective of like, I recognize that it is just, I'm aware of the ongoing conflict
Okay.
between Buddhism, self-awareness, and the mind expanding drugs, because while they're related, they're not the root, they're not the answer. And like you said, it could even be a risk to make things even harder to gain stability, depending on your neurology and things like that.
Okay. Thank you,
So
John.
I definitely hear that there. I was curious on your take on that state of mind and how it relates to finding the inner balance, and I guess you've answered that because you said it's an available avenue, but it's not the answer, and to not treat that like the one and all or to fetishize it or anything like that. I'm certainly down with that perspective. But I feel like in our modern culture, the perspective on those drugs is somewhere in between partying and kind of a cliche meme of like what you're saying, to avoid that, like it'll bring some sort of happiness or self-awareness. But I've also found in that culture that there are a great number of people who took them not intending to have any kind of epiphany or realization, and it brought them an immensely useful and positive uh, change of state of mind in their sober mind, even after the experience had worn off. And that it seems it was useful to wear that for a moment, to wear that state of mind in order to easier drop the shackles and assumptions and ape-like uh, obsession with the story, with the me, with the self, and what's going
Okay,
wrong with it
John.
and all that.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. So don't focus on good drugs. Focus on being a good person.
Excellent. Right.
Thank you, John. I appreciate your presence. All right. And look, sometimes we take medicine to be a good person. We use whatever you can use skillfully to be a good person. But it's all about consistency. It's not about having a special experience. It's about showing up in a way consistently, regularly, um, to help, to share, to offer up what you have. Intention is most important. All right, numerous actuator, go ahead.
Hello, Bonte. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question concerns celibacy, because as a monk, you've obviously taken vows of celibacy. I myself am a member of a Reddit community called NoFap, and we're um, essentially a bunch of people that are striving to live in such a way that that excuse me that we're striving to live in such a way where we take control of our responses to sexual impulses, as opposed to letting our lustful impulses take control of us. And I'm wondering what your advice is to somebody who's also striving to, you know, to live this path where um, we're not denying the fact that we're sexual beings and that, these feelings arise in us, but we also don't want to go in the other way and let them control us, and um, act in such a way that we feel like we have to respond to these things, as opposed to just mindfully observing them and letting them come and letting them go. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it's good. And you said it in a good way. Just be mindful, be careful not to fetishize nofap. We have a habit in our mind that we want to make everything the path, but in fact, everything is exactly not the path. Anything that we attach to, anything that we get stuck on, um, that's what we're trapped by. So some people are trapped by using the power of masturbation or sexual activity. People are trapped by the power of that. There's certainly a power to it, right? Expression. Some people are trapped by the power of not masturbating, this attachment to celibacy. They're also trapped to that, or not having sex in some people's situations, such as mine. You can be trapped by that. Whatever you are using, use it only. and use it to advance and develop. Use the power of that, whatever it is, to advance and develop yourself and other people in merit and wisdom, okay? Don't sell something to someone. Invite someone to see for themselves. Invite someone to come and see. We have a natural predisposition as I'm an American at least, to sell, to buy, to advertise, to consume. But it's really not about consuming in something or even believing in something. It's a way that we show up to our life in this present moment, refreshing and restarting. What is this? What is the truth? The deeper that we can ask the question, the deeper that we can get an answer. And superficial things like not masturbating or psychedelics are not the truth. So we shouldn't aspire to them or try to hold on to them. We should try to use them to understand the truth, to free ourselves from suffering, to free ourselves from confusion. Use the power of it, but don't get attached to it. This will be a burden for you and also for other people.
Okay. I get where you're coming from. I guess what more so I was interested in is because these are very powerful forces that we're dealing with here. Like I'm guessing you encounter them as well. How do you keep them at bay to live a life where you're, still a monk and still, living in adherence with your vows? Does that make sense?
Sure. Practical tips for moving away from sexuality is to live a meaningful life, to be involved in generosity, to be involved in using your energy, your mental energy, your physical energy, your ability to do good, to share. And also so it's to live a meaningful life and also to have intimacy. That means that we have a intimacy with other people. We have relationships that have a depth and a value that aren't totally locked into sexuality or to lust. A good thing to understand is that just because something feels good doesn't mean that it is good. Okay? Sexuality being put on a pedestal is problematic because sexuality is not holy. It's just an animalistic desire. Okay? Is it inherently bad? Is masturbating inherently bad? No, it's not inherently bad or evil or wrong to masturbate. Sexuality is not inherently wrong or evil or bad, in the same way that it's not inherently good. So take it off the pedestal, pick it up off of the spiked trap that you've put it into, and bring your hands together at this present moment and be aware of what's happening right now. And from that place of awareness, from that place of presence, do good. Be generous, care, be gentle, be patient, get involved in your life. Take care of your life. And one of the highest way that we can take care is by giving our attention to. So we oftentimes get into, addiction to masturbation or addiction to drug use, whether it's psychedelic or opiate or what have you, because we're trying to find a way to go in. We're trying to find a way to bring meaning into our lives. Hey, wake up. A major part of your life, number one, basically, second only to the mind, we don't even know what the mind is the body. You need to give attention and presence and care to your body. Not just through masturbation, not just through drugs, psychedelic or opiates, whatever, but you need to give attention to your heart, your breath, your shoulders, your head, your eyes, and also the world body. You need to give attention to Mother Earth. You need to go out in nature. You need to touch grass, as the kids like to say. Come on. And if you do this, if you get involved in doing good deeds, living a meaningful life, then you won't be on the crutch of sexual desire. and using the power of sexuality, but you also won't be trapped by rejecting sexuality or rejecting something like masturbation. If you reject, you're in the same trap as craving. There are certain powers that come, certain effect that comes from using the power of fulfilling your desire. And there's a certain power, there's a certain effect that comes by using the power of resisting or rejecting your desire. But the highest power is in detachment, being aware and willing to let go. And this is not limited by getting or getting rid of. This is a limitless power. Thank you for your sharing and your question, Numerous.
Thank you very much for the beautiful answer, Bante. That's all for me.
So, next question from Rizzy. Bringing the Riz to the table. Go ahead, Rizzy.
Thank you so much, Bante. I really appreciate it, and for the chance to ask you a question. Actually, it's something that I've never opened up to people because, and I'm kind of like scared and something like that about it, that what people are gonna think and selfish and all that. And I don't think that a doctor can fix it as well. Actually, I grew up in a really toxic family, and that made me to push away people from me that come close to me and give me love. So it's kind of like that way that I am troubling to accept love in my life. And uh, it's the way that the faster the person comes close to me, the harder I push them away. And it's kind of like to the limit where, and somehow, if someone crossed that bridge and I accept them to some extent in my life, what happens next is kind of like I feel like it's like self-destructing mode that I automatic button that presses that I started torturing them in a way to hurt them, which I don't really want to hurt them, but it actually the pain that I get from them, receive from hurting them, is what actually keep on forcing me to hurt them, the people that I love actually. And I actually tried everything to like I don't really go with the medicines and all that, so I never tried that. But I don't know how to actually accept love in my life, how to let people in, because what I feel that I have extremely huge barriers for people to get into me, and then what some I this I have my like the people that I know somehow they think that I'm rude and mean and all that, which I'm not. It kind of hurt those words when they say it, but I can't really say something in return that what I'm going through and all that. So, what is your take on it? To how fix this? How this thing to fix this thing in my life to accept the love, because this thing is actually toxic and it's kind of like destroying me to the limits where I think that I can't do anything about it. I have no power in my hands to do anything about it.
Sure. So you already have the power to recognize what you're doing and to recognize that what you're doing is unskillful and not working and harming yourself and possibly harming other people. So when we feel anger, animosity, negativity towards someone else arising, we need to recognize, you need to recognize that it's not good, it doesn't help you, it doesn't help the situation, it's also not something you particularly want to do or want to be involved with. So the next time that anger, that hate arises, you need to invite the counterbalance. That wish to torture. You need to invite this wish to free. This wish for that person to be happy. Okay. This wish for yourself to be happy. You're harming your own opportunities for happiness when you act in that way. Okay. When you generate that kind of thinking. So we're so readily able and almost excited to accept this particular way of thinking of anger or greed or lust, right? We think in this very strong way towards these, negativity or greediness or anger. If you're giving energy to that, you're going to get the fruits from that. And you can see those fruits are not any good. You need to get involved in using the mind to shift, to switch that up. All right? And because you've already developed a familiarity with that hate, that nastiness, that mean mind, there's going to be some friction. There's going to be some learning and some kind of, you're going to notice that the hate mind has more momentum to it. You're more familiar with that. But you need to get involved to, come on, this is enough. I want to be happy. May I be happy? May this person be happy? You get involved in that way. I can say, well, follow me, come join for some group meditations, listen to this loving kindness exercise, what have you. But I don't know that you're in a position to do that. So what you can do is get involved with your thinking. Recognize that this is not skillful, what you've been doing, how you've been acting, okay? And invite the opposite. Invite that compassion. Okay, I know that that person caused harm. I know that I don't like them, but I wish that they can be free from their suffering. But first and foremost, actually, you need to focus on yourself in this way. There's no other person, Rizzy. It's just you. And the hate and the animosity that you are generating and feeling about that other person, it's just that other you. It's that person as they exist as a aspect of you. If you didn't know about what it's like to be that kind of person, you wouldn't be angry because you wouldn't know about it. In the same way that, someone, if I start talking in a different language and I say, look, all of these people are horrible, evil people, whatever. Nobody's going to be bothered by that. Doesn't matter. You don't care, right? It's what you can understand that you care about. It's what you can relate to that you get involved with. Okay? So focusing on generating this compassion, this loving kindness towards yourself, towards your body, towards your mind. Learn how to use your mind and your thoughts in that way. Okay? And look, you need to be ready to take medicine. You can do what I just described, do it like that, but also there's more, particular medicine that I can share with you, practices that I can share with you that you can use. And everyone here, please understand, medicine doesn't taste like candy. They try to make it taste like candy, and for some people, we find a certain medicine that does taste candy-esque to me. And now, in the 21st century, right, they sell candy and say it's medicine. These gummy bears, these gummy vitamins. I tell you what, I've overdosed a few times on vitamin C and vitamin A, B, and G because they just put it into gummy bears. As monks, we don't, one of the rules, the ways that we regulate the mind is we won't eat after noon. That's one of our practices that we try to do. And, but we can have like sugar. So you can have like a gummy or something. Sometimes these, so you think you're not eating after noon, you're hungry and I got a sweet tooth. So you come across these quote unquote gummy vitamins. Boy, oh boy, you're going to indulge in them, right? So that's not medicine at all. If you have a sickness, the medicine for it, you think chemo tastes good, right? So the medicine for your sickness isn't going to taste like candy. And the things that taste like candy to you are perpetuating that sickness at many times. So you need to be ready to take medicine if you want to cure that situation. So I'm going to put some medicine in the, going back to the comments again, everybody go to the comments. Looks like we have some other comments that have taken over my top comment. I would definitely appreciate if people can do a little bit of magic here. If you upvoted those comments, you can downvote them. You can upvote mine. 10-day compassion, loving kindness challenge. I invite anyone here who has problems with anger or self-hate or hate towards other people, 10-day loving kindness challenge, and I'm going to post the link to the playlist of that. And that's a medicine. Watch it, listen to it, take the medicine, digest it, follow along, and that'll have some support, okay? It would be great if we could have the this big. Thank you. You all are very sweet to do that. I think the people who made those great comments will be all right with it not being missing out on a few karmas, a few updates, so that the resource posts can be at the front. All right, Rizzy, do your best. I send you off now into the jungle of your own life, and I hope that you will be successful, okay?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, so now we go to preparation. Preparation, what do you have to say?
Hello, dear. My English is not my native language, so I try my best, okay, to explain myself.
Simple and clear and direct. Simple and clear and direct.
Okay, yes. So basically, I started my journey like back in the day, like 5 years ago, okay, after a deep traumatic experience, which I suffer a lot, okay. And what happened basically, I switched myself and tuning in on like my spiritual vibration, okay, and I start living a more spiritual life, more like a simple life. I always carried on my life to every people, okay. Yes, I always take care of everyone. I'm a natural love giver person, okay. So I tuned in on my truly self, okay. But what happened in the meanwhile? Basically, I start to be more lonely. Okay, lonely. I mean, I
Lonely.
distance myself
Lonely, yes.
from like I
Loneliness.
distance myself from like all my old friendship, all my people around me, because I was feeling that I can't relate anymore. My like my vibe, my energy wasn't like the same. So I was I got other interests, you know, to go deeply in. So right now I'm at that stage. I mean, I feel good alone. Okay, I feel I'm enough. But my question is, should I open myself up to like to create some meaningful relationship with other people and start like getting some friend back, or shouldn't I force this and stay like taking my approach more natural?
All right. Okay. Yes.
Sorry for England, my English.
Where are
Sorry
you
for
from?
my English. Italy.
Oh,
Italian.
buongiorno. Me,
Buongiorno.
me
Buongiorno.
bellissimo, me bella Italia. Mi bella
Mi piace?
Italia.
Bella,
Right?
bella, sì.
Oh my
Bella, bella.
goodness.
Right.
Italy, the home of cappuccino and mozzarella.
Yes,
And
yes.
are you in the north or the south?
Yeah, north.
Okay, I'm
North.
hoping to go back to Italy soon. You know, it's wow, it's a romantic. It gets cold though. It does get cold in
Yeah, a
Italy.
bit. Now it's very hot.
Yeah,
Now
it's
it's
hot
very, very
now.
hot.
So yeah, we've got my teacher has a meditation center down in southern Italy.
Oh,
So we would love to
nice.
have you over there, down in Reggio
Yeah,
Calabria.
will be amazing.
We can make that happen. So you can send me a message, and yeah,
Yes.
you come to see the center. I'm not sure when I'll go there, but we're looking for some people to be there and volunteer and support the center. So
Yeah.
if you're
I will
interested,
write you a message. Yeah, for sure. For
okay.
sure, sir.
So
Yes. Thank you.
and what's your name?
Federico. Federico. Yeah,
Federico. Federico.
exactly.
Oh, Italy really is a lovely place. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah. So this is the answer preparation. It's a romance language. It's a romance country. So don't think about any of that, what you describe. Don't make either choice. Okay? Choose at this present moment to find your way of doing good deeds. That's what you prioritize. That's what you choose. That's what you come back to. Okay? If you come across a person, if you want to go and see your friend, if you want to know about your friend, okay? It's in a way of doing good deeds. It's in a way of showing up to be generous and to offer without expectation of the effect. Picking and choosing between the choices you presented, you're already coming from this place of seeking after some effect. You want to get the best effect, right? Abandon the effect. Prioritize the action. Prioritize the intention, okay? And that is doing good deeds, being generous, doing acts of generosity, doing acts of volunteering. You can go and talk to some priests. You can talk to some monica, whatever it is, but just continue investing and reinvesting in doing good deeds. And that can involve, that's inclusive of, it can include meeting some old friends, visiting, but you might find that that's not supportive to you doing good deeds without any limit, doing good deeds more and more. It's not supportive. So you'll naturally not be in that direction. You'll take a different bit of a turn because you continue doing good deeds, continue doing these acts of generosity. Okay? Simple as that.
Yeah. Thank you a lot. That's what I'm doing basically all my life. I keep like giving uh, without the necessity to have something back. You know, I like give unconditionally, without intention, without weird intention. So because I feel good myself to do that. It's like natural, you know. It's something spontaneous. So yeah, this is thank you for your time. Yeah.
So are
Sorry
you
because
what
my
work are you
English is
doing? What work you doing? It's very your English is very good. Don't be silly. It's very good English. What work are you doing in Italy?
right now I'm jobless.
We've got
I'm
to
looking
get
for a job.
you. We've got to get you down to Reggio Calabria. We've got to get you down to southern Italy. You're welcome, and you can do good deeds with us down in Tabarwa Center, southern Italy. So send me that message,
Yeah.
all right, and we'll connect. We'll get you down there.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I will. Thank you.
One of the things that thank you, Federico. One of the
No problem,
things
no
that
problem.
a lot of people don't know about is that to the degree that you give up, you can get. At least that's been my experience, especially within Buddhism. So for me, I gave up my job. I gave up my relationship. I gave up my solid footing of my culture, of the people being around people who speak my language. I gave up everything and went to go into monastic life, to go into monk life. Okay, and now by giving up my housing, I have housing over the world, all over the world. By giving up my relying on being around people of a certain language, I can communicate with people of all kinds of different languages and cultures. By giving up my money making endeavors, my activities to make money, I have more support than I've ever had, materially, spiritually. By giving up the relationships that I had, I've gotten relationships that I didn't even know existed. So, to the degree that we give up, we can get back. But not all of us are going to find out about that. And when we do find out about that, we should keep giving up because there's a lot more to get. There's a lot more happiness. There's a lot more peace. There's a lot more freedom. There's a lot more joy to get than what we usually imagine. And it all starts with generosity. It all starts with this willingness to give up, this willingness to share, this willingness to let go. Okay. So we'll go now to expensive feedback.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you a lot.
Yeah. Welcome.
Hello. So my question is kind of a two-part question. What lessons would you teach to a child about insight? And how can we've kind of talked about birth and death a lot today. So what lessons would you teach a child about insight and gaining insight and having insight? And
how old are we talking here?
Just early elementary school age.
Okay. And what else?
I'm not. And how can contemplating one's death bring insight?
So contemplating one's death is to contemplate the truth. Now, if you don't have the stomach for that, that's fine. You don't need to go out of your way to, be thinking about death or something like that. It's not necessary. As I explained earlier in this talk about the true nature of birth and death is no birth and no death. And even more, practically for all of us here, the true nature of birth and death is not what it appears to be through our stories, through our beliefs, through our ideas, through our attachments, but it's more like the arising and passing away of phenomena, moment by moment. That is at the heart of this situation we find ourselves in. Now, for kids, is important. It's really important. Kids are having a really tough go of it these days. A real lack of support, a real lack of attention. Kids need a lot of attention. Kids need a lot of caretaking and presence and support and depth of being with, spending time with. That's what kids need to learn. When kids don't have that, when parents are constantly distracted or burdened by work or a fractured family, kids then look to other kids to learn how to develop and learn how to live in the world. And kids don't know how to live in the world. They're just babies. They're just little babies, okay? And in the modern world, 10-year-olds are 4-year-olds. 14-year-olds are 10-year-olds. 16-year-olds or 10-year-olds. What processes, what depth of experience are you going through that's taking you to through maturation? Now, some people have really great parents, really great support structures in their life and everything. They have a lot of support. That's a different situation. But a lot of kids are not getting that level of care and attention and support that they desperately need. So they look to other kids. And this isn't just intellectually, this isn't just psychologically in terms of the kid looking or the kid making a choice or anything like that. It's the development of the brain. The physical structure of the brain is developing according to the relationships, the attachments that child forms from a young age. Period. So this young age period is really important that you, as a good person, as a caretaker, as a wise person, as a sincere, open-hearted human being, you need to get involved with kids' lives and you need to support them and be involved with them, period. Because that amount of time when the mind is so flexible and so receptive to learn and to grow and to get the benefit from that sincere consideration and attention and presence, it's a short period of time. Now, what I would recommend for people who want to share this kind of, deeper truths or way of being with their children is just like this. Bring the practice into your own life. Bring the embodiment of mindfulness, of wisdom, of compassion, of loving kindness, of gentleness. We need to empower wisdom in our life. We need to empower loving kindness and compassion and gentleness in our lives. We need to generate happiness, generate freedom, generate flexibility, generate neuroplasticity in our heart, in our mind, in our body, this capacity to be here in the present moment and to dive in and to grow and to learn and to enjoy what we're experiencing, to enjoy nature, to enjoy water, to enjoy this life. We need to empower that inside of ourselves. When you do, I think camping trips are a big thing. I would say rather than investing in some cruise or some vacation where you're going to a beach area and watching and still on your phone, only you're on the phone at the beach, you've got to, I would say for a parent or a caretaker, someone who's working with kids in the modern era, save up that money for a vacation. And also you got to save up your mind. You have to get trained. You need to learn what you're going to do. You know, how you're going to build a fire and set up a tent and do all these different kinds of things, right? And take these kids out to a camping trip, especially these kids 10, 12, 15, whatever it is. Take these kids out to a camping trip, no phones, no technology, and you're just out there. You're just out there, mind to mind, heart to heart, in the body, in the environment, in that situation. Okay? Experiencing only, aware only. We need to learn how to go outside of our comfort zone with mutual support, mutual compassion and care and peace and warmth. I think this is a powerful activity that we can do. And we can invite children to be mindful with us. We can invite children to walk with us. We can invite children to enjoy nature with us. Really, we need to meet them where they are. And we need to learn how to let go of what we're attached to so that we can support them to let go of whatever they are attached to, whatever they are stuck on. And when it comes to the little babies, just take them out to the park and let them play and be there in nature. Let them explore. Come on. I mean, if you've got 3, 4, 5, 6-year-old kids, you know, and you never take them into nature to a park and you just let them wander around, let them adventure, be with them, take them out for an adventure. If you're a 4-year-old kid, if you're a 6-year-old kid, going for a walk is an adventure. You don't know where you are. You don't know what's going on. You know that you have a parent, a loved one who you can follow and who you can be with. Walk around at the mall. Walk around in nature. Go somewhere and just walk. And for you to lead them in the right way, the Aki way, to lead kids in the Aki way, in what I'm talking about, that skillful way, that you're not stuck on anything. You're not attached to anything. You're just walking in freedom. And look, what's more empowering, what's more freeing than being with a child like that? You know, we go to the mall or we go to the grocery store and we're adults and we're locked into this mind state. And I'm an adult walking through the store and I need to go do this and I need to go do that. And they're also an adult and, you know, and jobs and everything. When you're with a child like that, 6-year-old child, a kid like that, they're just walking in freedom. So walk in freedom with them and show them how to do that, empower that, enjoy that. Just go for a walk with with your 4-year-old, with your kid, your toddler. You've got to take them out, see through their eyes, look at the way that they're looking at the world. And it's too much with the screens. I mean, you're putting a tablet, you're putting a smartphone in front of a 2-year-old kid's face. Why? Because you want to neglect them, because you're neglecting them, because you don't know how to spend your attention. And I shouldn't be, accusatory, but we've got to, if we're willing to put a screen in front of a baby's face or a toddler's face or a 4-year-old, 6-year-old's face, you got to be willing to take them on walks too and explore with them and go out and explore and be open-hearted and be curious. You got to practice like that. You got to show them this way of freedom. You got to. And the greatest way that we can share that with them is by deepening that inside of ourselves, really establishing inside of ourselves, walking in mindfulness, walking in peace, developing our compassion, developing our loving kindness, developing our gentleness. Children are amazing teachers, amazing wisdom teachers, amazing guides for us to live in a free and open-hearted and loving way, in a gentle way. We've got to take advantage of that. Okay? Thank you very much. Preparation.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that feedback. I don't have children myself, but
you tell your friends. Tell your friends about it.
Yeah, I often find myself around a lot of kids, and I've been told that I connect well with children and I enjoy spending time with them. And yeah, I have tried to find ways to be more present with kids, whether it's going hiking or sharing some kind of activity like a meal or a game, but not a digital one. I feel like that helps a lot. So yeah, thank you for that.
We're going to take a few more questions before we wrap up. All right, so we'll bring up, these will be our last questioners. We'll invite Vinico, Pedro, Money, and No Aspect to come up. And please, before you go, before you leave today, please do consider to check out the resource post that I put in the comments. If you go to the comments, you'll see it. There's a lot of good recommendations there. Okay, someone says, I'm going to read a few of the comments. Okay, some people have written comments through text. I'm going to read a couple of those, and then we'll have our final 3 voice questions to come up. So someone says, sauna, hydrojet bath, or both. It's got to be the bath. Okay, it's got to be the bath. So Red Laser Panda says, where did you study? What qualifies you to be a monk? Where did you get your name? Where are you located now? So I studied Buddhism and meditation in America, Thailand, and Myanmar, predominantly, at Buddhist monasteries and temples. What qualifies me to be a monk? So a monk is someone who has gone through the ordination procedure by members of other monks. So you need to be accepted and brought in. It's like there's no, people say monk, use the word monk as if it's this kind of superfluous or general idea of living in a certain way. There's no, I'm not involved with anything like that. I am a Buddhist priest, a bhikkhu, a Buddhist monk. And so what qualifies you to be that is that you have approached the Sangha, you have approached senior monks in the Buddhist community, and you have been accepted and supported to go through the ordination process to ordain and become a monk. When you go through that process, you get a new name, right? You get your monk name. And I'm currently in Virginia visiting some family. How does one become a Buddhist living in an urban area? There's probably Buddhist temples near you, and it would be possible to connect with those and reach out. But also, if you're interested in Buddhism and meditation, you are talking to a Buddhist monk who runs a very active, large meditation community, like an online meditation center, through Discord. So if you're interested to get involved and learn more, then you can join our Discord server. You can join the YouTube channel. You can reach out to me through Facebook, reach out to me here through Reddit, and I will support you to get in touch with more resources, either in your area or online. Okay, some kind words from people, some kind comments. I appreciate that. Okay, accepting the passing of pets. I touched on that earlier in the talk, but it's a matter of understanding that that being, that person isn't stuck in a material sack of flesh, but in fact that it's their actions, their interrelationship with all that is, with, our life, that is who they really are. So that pet will always be with you. So you can use that loss of the physical to look more and to be more close with that intimacy of the effect that that pet had on your life. And that is them. Okay? It is who they are. Okay. So our final question from two final questions from Pedro and then Money. Go ahead, Pedro. You got to unmute, Pedro. I can't hear you. Might be having some mic issue. We'll start with Money. Go ahead, Money.
Hi, can you hear me?
We're ready to go. You're live.
All right. First of all, thanks for the chat. I got some really great insights. I've been on my journey to, I guess, get better for about 3 to 4 years now. In that time, I've changed my job. I have volunteered. I have really tried to let go of a lot of things. The one thing I cannot let go of, and I think it goes back a bit to what you said about children and raising them in a certain manner, how I feel about my parents and the way that they raised me. It's hard because when I try to be unselfish or give without thinking about what I will get in return, the first thing that you kind of are used to is how you're raised. And unfortunately, I was raised with quite selfish parents. And they don't really see a reason to give to the world without getting something in return. So I don't know how to let go of the anger towards them. And I don't know how to treat them well despite them being selfish people, if that makes sense. So I would love some insights in letting go of like that anger and treating people well, regardless of what you get from them.
Yeah, have an understanding and have a clear understanding that the reason that people act unskillfully, especially the reason that people act in a way that causes suffering to others, is because they themselves are suffering, because they themselves were raised in a way or went through their lives that, made them to be that way, made them to act that way. And it's not even so much about them making a personal choice to act that way. It's very much about their causes and conditions, their upbringing. That's why they have expressed in that way. So understanding that, you can see the suffering that they have. You can understand that that is why they live the way that they do. And so in that way, you can change the quality of your relationship. Not that you are interacting with them from being their child or the person who went through all this, but you are someone who happens to be making the choice to be involved in their life. And you are doing so because you want to help. Out of compassion, you are showing up to their lives out of compassion, not because you have to, not because you're their daughter, not because they affected you this way and you want to make that right, or anything like that, but that you happen to be involved in their life. You have an interest in being involved in their life because you see their suffering and you wish that their suffering can be reduced, that they can have more happiness in their lives.
If trying to do so makes me a worse person, is it better to essentially let go of that obligation as well? Because I feel like in trying to deal with that and being kind to them, the anger that I take away to the world is not conducive to me being a better person, if that makes sense. Like, I'm less likely to go out and help other people. I'm less like, because I'm so stuck in, I guess, feeling sorry for myself and, you know, trying to hold myself accountable for my feelings, that having to do the work again holds me back from giving the good part of me to other people.
So don't try to be kind to them. Try to be generous with them. And we couldn't say, well, oh, you know, it's, you know, as you described, so I'm just going to kind of give this up. There's a power that goes along with making the choice to step into that situation out of compassion. And also, you know, you wouldn't be here without your parents. Everything that you value wouldn't be here. Your body would not be here without your parents. So there's a real power to making the choice to show up in their lives and to try and bring them benefit, not to be kind to them, not to make a deal with them. It's not about making a deal with them or, you know, getting in or affecting them in this certain way or whatever. It's got nothing to do with that. It's that you see their suffering. You do. You are aware of their suffering, and you are aware of, you know, that their suffering even was not taken care of to such a great degree that it caused you suffering as well. So you see that, you know that, you recognize that, right? So from that position, making the choice to be generous, to offer, to help. Don't be kind, don't get entangled, don't get trapped by it. Cut through them with your generosity. You're showing up to give, not because you need to be there, not because you're trying to be kind or, you know, you're trying to change that relationship or mend it, but you're showing up there to help. And when you're
Could you
and
give
when
me
you're
an
not,
example of the difference? Since you said to prioritize the intention and the action, how would the action for generosity look different from the action and the intention from kindness?
you just show up and give them something. Offer
Okay.
something without expectation. Being kind to people tends to have this feeling of you expect them to be kind back. You expect that your kindness is somehow going to affect them in a way where they are now kind, where they are they appreciate your kindness or what have you. With this generosity, it's just to show up and give. It's to show up and offer. It's to show up and to let go, period. There's no intermingling that needs to be involved in there. You're showing up to give. You're not showing up to get anything. So you can try it. And anyway, at least you can take a step back from being kind with them or being involved with them, and you can still offer. You can still use that kind of affinity or that familiarity with them as a place where you can do a good deed. You can be generous. Come and bring them something and then go away. You know? No expectation, nothing to get back, nothing to talk about, nothing to get involved with. It's just to give, it's just to share. That's it. Period. The period is included with that generosity without expectation. Whereas in the kindness, that period's not really there, right? It's talking about this intermingling and this getting involved and, you know, I'm being kind and they're ridiculous or whatever. No. The generosity is just that you show up and you offer, and you should, right? They're your parents. I mean, you wouldn't be here without them. So let's try to be generous. Let's try to show up, but also showing up unconditionally and just to give, just to share what you have. And what you have and what's valuable to you is your body and mind. And maybe a fruit. You can use your body and mind to get a fruit. Offer that to them. Just like that. Nothing to get in return.
Thank you very much. I've been struggling with how to not feel selfish for this particular one. There's a lot of letting go and acceptance involved. Thank you.
Yeah, and don't let rejection try to, rejection always likes to get involved. Don't let go of this, fight against it, right? Don't put down this cup, throw it against the wall. Don't untangle yourself from this relationship with your parents where you're so involved with it, but fight against it and get involved that way. No. That letting go, okay, yeah, you can be generous, you can offer to them, you can appreciate them in some way, but you don't need to be involved like that. You don't need to reject. You don't need to crave. Doing acts of generosity and practicing detachment, practicing letting go. Okay. And in the comment, I put the top comment of this. The top comment of this live talk, if you go to the comment section, has a large variety of resources that I invite you to check out. And I especially want to draw your attention to the GRACE model for compassionate action. Okay, so there's a link to the GRACE model of compassionate action in this comment. And I invite you to take a look at that and use that as a model for in doing compassionate action with your parents, these generous actions of showing up with your parents. Okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, so possibly one final question here, which not sure, from Pablo. Pablo, do you have a question? Pedro, excuse me. All right, so it looks like there's a technical issue on that side. All right, we can accept it. So, hello everyone. I am Bante Warapanyo. I am a 29-year-old American Buddhist monk. We are coming to the end of our live stream, our live Q&A with Real Buddhist Monk. That's me, Real Buddhist Monk. I want to really give my appreciation. There's some people who have just been sitting here and listening for, I think, more than an hour, maybe more than 2 hours. And I really value and appreciate your attention. I don't take it lightly. And I hope that this has brought some benefits, some wisdom, some joy to your day. I would bring attention for everyone here to, like I said, to the comment section, and you'll find the top comment that's there has a link to the live stream. I'm now live on YouTube right now, so that's the first link. There's also a link to my online meditation center that I run through an app called Discord. If you're interested to join for live group meditation practices every day, sometimes hosted by me, sometimes hosted by other members of our community, if you're looking to get in touch with more resources to learn about meditation or this way of skillful living as I've presented it, please consider that you're invited to join our community. It's not really a religious community, but there's a lot of wonderful people there, and there's a lot of support that can be received and offered there. If you have something to offer, we would appreciate that as well. Appreciate your presence. And then further down in that top comment, and please do upvote that comment if you see it. There's all kinds of resources that I consider to be very high level, very advanced and wise resources that you can use to continue on in your path. There's an app you can download. There's guided meditations you can listen to. There are names of teachers and a book recommendation that you can use. I don't put together that list lightly. I think that's some of the best contact points for really getting into meditation and really getting into self-healing that are available in the world as far as I know them. And so I really invite you to take advantage of that and use that for your path moving forward. Okay? So thank you all so much for being here. I bring my hands together and offer a really deep bow for everyone's presence. And the way that we are going to end this live stream together is that I'm going to invite everyone to kind of open their ears and open their hearts to some of this really lovely Buddhist music. This is something that I love to listen to. I find that it's really empowering and brings a quality of joy and peace to my life very easily. And I'd love to share that with everyone who is here. Now, to listen to that in the best way, you should join the live YouTube, because I can share the audio source itself through the YouTube channel, and you'll be able to listen to that music. So whoever is here and has been sincerely listening, please do hop over to the YouTube, to the live stream, and you can also leave a like so that more people will come across the stream in the future. And I'm just going to play this Buddhist music to close things out. You will be able to hear it through the live talk on Reddit, but it won't be coming through so clearly. So I invite everyone to hop over to that YouTube Live, and this will be the official end, but also I'll be playing this music for a little bit and give people time to just sit and enjoy and be together with this wonderful sounds. Okay? Thank you all for being here.
Healing happens all around. Breathe and smile. Be still and know. Healing happens all around and deep inside. Nothing to do. When we entrust to Mother Earth and let go, healing takes place. When we relax on what we are and surrender ourselves, nothing else to do. Be aware of your fear, just breathe with it. Your presence is enough. Invite your love to be there with you. Let yourself be embraced. Healing happens all around. Breathe and smile. Be still and know. Healing happens all around and deep inside. Nothing to do. When we entrust to Mother Earth and let go, healing takes place. When we relax on what we are and surrender ourselves, nothing else to do. Be aware of your doubt, just breathe with it. Your presence is enough. Invite your love to be there with you. Let yourself be embraced. Healing happens all around. Breathe and smile. Be still and know. Healing happens all around and deep inside. Nothing to do. When we entrust to Mother Earth and let go, healing takes place. When we relax on what we are and surrender ourselves, nothing else to do. inside. Nothing to do. Be still empty.
Oh, fill my heart and let it overflow. Oh, fill my heart and let it overflow. Oh, fill my heart and let it overflow. Let it overflow with love. Oh, fill my heart and let it overflow. Oh, fill my heart and let it overflow. Oh, fill my heart and let it overflow. Let it overflow with love. joys like spring so warm, it makes flowers bloom all over the earth. My pain's like a river of tears, so vast it fills the four oceans. Please call me by my true names so I can hear all my cries and laughter at once, so I can hear that my joy and pain are one. Please call me by my true names so that I can wake up and the door of my heart could be left open. My joy's like spring so warm, it makes flowers bloom all over the earth. My pain's like a river of tears, so vast it fills the four oceans. Please call me by my true names so I can hear all my cries and laughter at once, so I can hear that my joy and pain are one. Please call me by my true names so that I can wake up and the door of my heart could be left open. Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries. Nowhere to go, nothing to do. No longer in a hurry. Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries. Somewhere to go, something to do, but not in a hurry.
something to do, but not in a
I am a cloud, I am the blue sky, I am a bird spreading out his wings. I am a flower, I am the sunshine, I am the earth receiving a seed, and I am free when my heart is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh dear brother, oh dear sister, let's walk together mindfully. And I am free when my heart is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh dear brother, oh dear sister, let's walk together mindfully. I am a cloud, I am the blue sky, I am a bird spreading out his wings. I am a flower, I am the sunshine, I am the earth receiving a seed, and I am free when my heart is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh dear brother, oh dear sister, let's walk together mindfully. And I am free when my heart is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh dear brother, oh dear sister, let's walk together mindfully. I am a cloud, I am the blue sky, I am a bird spreading out his wings. I am a flower, I am the sunshine, I am the earth receiving a seed, and I am free when my heart is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh dear brother, oh dear sister, let's walk together mindfully. And I am free when my mind is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh dear brother, oh dear sister, let's walk together mindfully. See my eyes
eyes, please be welcome. See my heart, please be my guest. See my hands, I fold them towards you, a lotus to be.
See my eyes, please be welcome. See my heart, please be my guest. See my hands, I fold them towards you, a lotus to be. Following the rising and falling of the great breathing deep inside of us,
So that together we can come home in the heartbeat of our embrace. See my eyes, please be welcome. See my heart, please be my guest. See my hands, I fold them towards you, a lotus to be.
following the rising and falling of the great breathing deep inside of us,
So that together we can come home in the heartbeat of our embrace.
following the rising and falling of the great breathing deep inside of us,
So that together we can come home in the heartbeat of our embrace.
see my eyes, please be welcome. See my heart, please be my guest. See my hands, I fold them towards you, a lotus to be.
Following the rising and falling of the great breathing deep inside of us, so that together we can come home in the heartbeat of our embrace. I am a cloud. I am the blue sky. I am a bird spreading out its wings. I am a flower. I am the sunshine. I am the earth receiving a seed. And I am free when my heart is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh, dear brother, oh, dear sister, let's walk together mindfully. And I am free when my heart is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh, dear brother, oh, dear sister, let's walk together joyfully. I am a cloud. I am the blue sky. I am a bird
worshipper, lover of leaving and come. Come, whoever you are. This isn't a caravan of despair. Come, whoever you are. Wanderer, worshipper, lover of leaving and come, whoever you are. This isn't a caravan of despair, 'cause it doesn't matter if you've broken your vows 1,000 times before, and yet again, come again, come, and yet again, come, whoever you are. Wanderer, worshipper, lover of leaving and come, whoever you are. This isn't a caravan of despair. Come, whoever you are. Wanderer, worshipper, lover of leaving and come, whoever you are. This isn't a caravan of despair, 'cause it doesn't matter if you've broken your vows 1,000 times before, and yet again, come again, come, and yet again, come. Come again, come. Come again, come. Come again, come. Come again, come. It doesn't matter if you've broken your vows 1,000 times before, and yet again, come again, come, and yet again, come, whoever you are. Wanderer, worshipper, lover of leaving and come, whoever you are. This isn't a caravan of despair. Come, whoever you are. Wanderer, worshipper, lover of leaving and come, whoever you are. This isn't a caravan of despair, 'cause it doesn't matter if you've broken your vows 1,000 times before, and yet again, come again, come, and yet again, come. Come 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 again, come, whoever you are. Wanderer, worshipper, lover of leaving and come, whoever you are. This isn't a caravan of despair. Come, whoever you are. Wanderer, worshipper, lover of leaving and come,
if you've broken your vows 1,000 times before, and yet again, come again, come, and yet again,
Been traveling a day, been traveling a year, been traveling a lifetime to find my way home. Been traveling a day, been traveling a year, been traveling a lifetime to find my way home. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. My heart is with you. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. My heart is with you. Been traveling a day, been traveling a year, been traveling a lifetime to find my way home. Been traveling a day, been traveling a year, been traveling a lifetime to find my way home. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. My heart is with you. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. My heart is with you. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are clear streams of water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are clear streams of water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I There are beautiful trees within the island. There are clear streams of water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are clear streams of water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island.
Alone again, I'll go on with bent head, but knowing the immortality of love, and on the long rough road both sun and moon will shine. Promise me this day, while the sun is just overhead, even as they strike you down with a mountain of hate and violence. Remember, brother, man is not our enemy, just your pity, just your love, invincible, limitless. Hatred will never let you face the beast in man. And one day when you face this beast alone, your courage intact, your eyes kind, out of your smile will bloom a flower, and those who love you will behold you across 10,000 worlds of dying and birth. Alone again, now go on with bent head, but knowing the immortality of love, and on the long rough road both sun and moon will shine, lightening my way.
May I be filled with loving kindness. May I be well. May I be peaceful and at ease. And may I be happy. May I be filled with loving May you be filled with loving kindness. May you be well. May you be peaceful and at ease. And may you be happy. May you be filled with loving kindness. May you be well. May you be peaceful and at ease. And may you be happy. May we be filled with loving kindness. May we be well. May we be peaceful and at ease. And may we be happy. May we be filled with loving kindness. May we be well. May we be peaceful and at ease. And may we be happy.
Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are clear streams of water. There are birds, sunshine, and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are clear streams of water. There are birds, sunshine, and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are clear streams of water. There are birds, sunshine, and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are clear streams of water. There are birds, sunshine, and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island.
No coming, no going, no after, no before. I hold you close to me. I release you to be so free. Because I am in you and you are in me. Because I am in you and you are in me. No coming, no going, no after, no before. I hold you close to me. I release you to be so free. Because I am in you and you are in me. Because I am in you and you are in me.
We'll be live again in just 3 hours for an evening guided meditation. So you're welcome to join for that. But this live stream will now come to an end.